win for the first time in almost 20 years. It was the 2006 season was his final season, so it would be right at 20 years if he were to coach somebody next season. Nick Saban's also not Aaron Rodgers. And what I mean by that is Aaron Rodgers loves having people talk about him, even if he acts like he doesn't. So he likes mystery. He likes people gossiping about him. I think Aaron Rodgers sort of craves that spotlight and drama. Nick Saban doesn't do that. I would expect Nick Saban next time he speaks in an interview or on television to joke about this in a way or dispel these rumors completely and say that he's completely happy with his job now and he's not interested in coaching, because he's not the type of person just to let this hang out there for attention. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It's the heart of the summer barbecue season, and beef prices are at fresh record highs. Ground beef is now averaging $6.12 a pound, up 12% from a year ago, according to the USDA. And because the U.S. supply of cattle is the lowest since 1951, beef prices are not expected to head lower anytime soon. Citigroup is asking its new class of investment banking analysts to disclose whether they've already accepted a job offer from another firm to, quote, foster a fair and transparent environment. Citigroup's move echoes steps by other investment banks to dissuade analysts from leaving after short stints and taking their talent elsewhere, as private equity firms have become more competitive in recruiting young bankers. Air taxi startup Joby Aviation expects to have 5 aircraft in one of the final phases of certification next year, as it aims to start commercial flights in early 2026. The company only needs 1 aircraft to start air tours and 2 to start a route, especially if it's an airport route. Erica Herskowitz, Bloomberg Radio.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Kids 14 and under are invited to Circle the Diamond after the Phillies take on the Orioles on Wednesday, August 6th at 12:35 for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Head on down to Citizens Bank Park on Friday, August 22nd at 6:45 when the Phils host the Nats, and fans 21 and over receive a City Connect Miller Lite floppy hat. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, July 22nd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Oh, do we have a lot to get to today. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Tuesday. Do you really talk like that in real life, Gregory, or is that a shtick? Hey, buddy.
Boy, that Hunter Biden interview, huh? Man, oh man.
Oof.
I wish I was Andrew Callahan, whoever that is.
Yeah.
Apparently he's a popular YouTuber. I had never heard of him.
I actually tried to find out what News Channel 5 was, thinking like it's a CBS affiliate in Illinois.
No, it's a YouTube channel, Channel 5. Everybody subscribing to that yesterday after not knowing who that guy was.
Oh my God!
Apparently, though, he's very popular with the Utes. So, the Utes.
Okay.
So, yeah, he went off. He went off on everything.
That's one way to put it.
The F word, every other, which I appreciate, but. Bro, sometimes you gotta know when. And by the way, did you notice how much he sounds like his father?
I was just gonna say that.
Oh my Lord!
Yeah. Is that a Scranton thing?
Scranton.
It's a genes thing.
Okay.
It's a heredity. We all probably sound like in some way or another our parents.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Because that's the speech pattern we were raised on.
Right. Man.
Right.
God. Dude, you're lucky you're not in the joint right now. Why don't you just
go away,
reassess your life, and shut it down?
I will say this. He had more balls than any Democrat I've ever heard. So for that, I give him credit.
It was almost like he got injected with a little James Carville.
Yeah.
Which we have, and I'll get to that today. We will get to a little bit of Hunter in the big take, a little bit after the big take, and then more of Hunter on the cut sheet as well, because that interview went viral and it was pretty good.
By the way, the Late Show's all commented on the Colbert thing.
Oh, did they? Are they standing up for truth to power?
We have all of that. Jon Stewart, the funniest thing ever, because Bill Simmons yesterday reported that watch The Daily Show tonight because Jon Stewart could resign right on air. I'm like, there's zero chance Jon Stewart is going to resign right on air. There's no chance that's happening. He has a contract. He can't just resign.
Oh.
So I did watch it. He did stand up for his buddy.
Oh.
He trashed CBS and Paramount.
Oh.
But, you know.
Okay. I guess you can do that when you never have any intentions of working for them and you're set financially for the rest of multiple lifetimes. Can't relate. All right, we got a lot to get to today.
I can't relate.
Can't relate. Never will experience that kind of financial freedom. But we have ICE assaults, and I've reached my breaking point with these ICE assaults, especially the one that just occurred this weekend in New York. We'll talk about it in the big take. Hunter Biden destroys the Democrats. Mayor Pete's DOT, that's Department of Transportation, DEI obsession. Wait till you hear how much money he blew through. We'll get to that. Trump and the Washington Commanders, as well as nicknames in sports that were once canceled by the woke left. Trump fighting back for the common man out there that wants sports nicknames reestablished. We'll get into that. Also, CNBC took a shot at red states in the Southeast, one of which is Tennessee, one of which I've lived in, another being Florida, one that I hope to retire in, and they ripped them for the quality of life in those states. We'll get to that. Ellen DeGeneres blames Trump for leaving the United States and going to the United Kingdom. We have Cut Sheet, we have Fight Club, and we have Bob Costas today.
What?
Bob Costas.
Wait, hang on.
Bob
What?
Costas.
Robert Costas.
Why is he? We don't have guests on the show. Why is Bob Costas coming on?
The way I read the situation is he showed up on the Cut Sheet.
Yep.
We commented.
Yep.
He found out about it.
Yep.
Somehow.
Yep.
He didn't like what we had to say.
Yep.
He wants to clarify and rectify.
Yep.
And all that other hogwash. And
Does
we'll
he
have a
pink
civil.
eye? Sorry. Sorry.
And we will clear the air, hopefully once and for all.
Wow.
And I will do it, me personally, in a very civil manner.
Civil.
As a good Christian boy that I am.
Yep.
Raised upright.
Mm-hmm.
Playing football on the Friday night lights.
You're a Christian? Are you like a Mark Cohn Christian?
I'm a major sinning Christian.
Remember that song, Ma'am, I Am Tonight?
I am a
Little night in
flawed
Memphis.
human being, Don.
So do we think and by the way, Bob Costas is coming up at 9:15.
Yeah.
Do we think he's going to come out guns blazing,
No.
or do you
No.
think he's going to be the nicest human possible?
Charming.
He's
Yes.
he's a very mild-mannered guy.
He is.
I don't think I've ever seen him lose his mind.
Yeah.
So it should be fun.
In case you're just wondering, in case you're just, you don't tune in late in the show, Bob Costas called me early last week actually, and took me to task for something these two said.
These two morons that you have to work with every day.
I said, sir, I was just on vacation. I don't know what they said.
It's Taco Tuesday.
I
I'm
can't
just
be
trying to make
responsible
dinner.
for my colleagues, even though it's my radio station.
Greg's like, what did you do? We're like the dog when you come home.
I
and
know,
chew
I love
something.
it. I love it when we get people's ires up. I love it. Is that the correct ire up? Ires? Is that cockles up?
Damned if I know.
Cockles up?
Your what's up?
Get people's cockles up.
Yeah, baby.
Wow,
Yeah.
606.
Pills for that. All right. Speaking of 606, let's get down to business. Round number 1 of the news, and there's some stuff out there in Delco as well. For that, we go to the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Yeah, Tuesday morning, July 22nd. Man, what a difference a week makes. 68 degrees.
It was a little nippy
feels-
nippy
Yes.
this morning when I
Oh, good.
went outside.
I thought football was here.
Yeah, I was like, ooh, 60. I looked at the thing. It said 63. I was like, well,
Yeah,
hello,
good.
my secret madam. Where have you been?
The weather, Mother Nature. So we'll talk about the forecast. We do have the breaking news of this morning. Sorry, in the Northeast, this is a huge water main break that is sending this muddy water just gushing down Cotman Ave right near Franklin Street in the Tacony neighborhood. So a large water main broke, actually broke yesterday afternoon. Water service cut off for everybody. So I know the reporters on the scene are saying, I think the water department was on the scene yesterday, but they're not there now. Just some police there with flashing lights, all the roadways, being re-diverted there. No word on what caused the water main break, although we're an old city and this does happen. But how long will those repairs take? That's the question. Like I say, no repair crews are on the scene as of this moment. Hopefully they're due any moment.
What's that? The 5 Points?
Yeah,
intersection
right near there.
there.
So that's a hot mess.
Yeah, that's a heavily traveled area.
Could possibly.
Has the trash been collected in that area after the trash strike?
Oh, that's a good question.
I'm wondering if we're going to have floating trash down the street.
Yeah.
Probably. That's a good point.
Can you imagine those visuals?
We have a 2-year-old child recovering right now after being shot in North Philadelphia last night. Police say that the child was brought to Temple University Hospital last night with a gunshot wound to the left shoulder and the child is currently in stable condition. So police have not located the scene of the shooting, and no arrests have been made, no weapons recovered, and they're putting out the Crime Stoppers tip line, 215-686-TIPS, because there's no word on what happened here. The 2-year-old child just being brought in to Temple University Hospital, which is also unusual in the sense that it's not usually, it's, a children's hospital. So you have usually you have St. Christopher's or CHOP, but in this case, that's all the information we have about the 2-year-old.
That might be a first on this show. Not only do we not have description, motive, things like that, we don't have the scene or the location of the act.
Nope.
Wow. I don't think I've ever heard you say that.
Yeah, that's strange.
Oh.
Very strange. You're right. We also have investigators looking for a burglar. You might say this burglar is quick and maybe hardworking, but in this one went to great lengths to conceal his identity. They do have some surveillance images showing this guy wearing a white head and face covering, a baseball cap, gloves, even a small umbrella. The suspect went on this very fast but hard-hitting burglary spree in Philadelphia, seems to know what he's doing according to the business owners as well as police, goes directly to the cash register, has them pull out the cash drawer, takes the 2 drawers, and then leaves. This is being managed by Southwest detectives in Philadelphia. Suspect hit at least 6 businesses in not only Southwest Philadelphia, but in West Philly, all between 1:40 a.m. and 3:05 a.m. last Thursday morning. So very specific timeline that this person is striking. And so all of these different mini marts, restaurants right across there. Guy got away with thousands of dollars. And they say that to add insult to injury, he broke the locks or smashed windows open to gain access to some of the businesses, and then tacking on even more of the cost for these individuals by busting the windows, busting the locks, all of that. So targeting at least a half dozen businesses. So they released some of the surveillance images yesterday, and so that's why they're trying to talk about it, trying to get everybody to look at all of those images.
So he uses an umbrella.
Umbrella.
All right, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 2. It's either the Penguin or it's Mary Poppins.
But it's funny. It's like a small umbrella.
Oh, it's a little one.
It's not like one of those big golfing umbrellas.
Right.
It's like a small one that you could fold up.
Yeah.
Put in a bag.
Yeah, you put that little thing around it, you wrap it with a little button, and you snap it shut.
Yes.
My mom used to always have one of those with her. Stuff it in her big purse.
We do have a follow-up, a Kayal and Company follow-up. This is the murder trial of 2 men charged with carrying out the deadly home invasion in Montgomery County that we had talked about when it happened at the time. This is the case of 2 guys in Bucks County, actually, who were trying to hit a house they thought had a big gun safe and a lot of guns, but they went to the wrong address in Montgomery County. And so these suspects, Charles Fulforth, and Kevin Roberts, they're accused of breaking into the home on Meredith Road. This is Lower Marion, December 8th of last year, shooting 25-year-old Andrew Gaudio and his mother, Bernadette. If you remember the story, the son was trying to protect his mom, Bernadette, who was in her bed. Remember this? And was sickly.
Yeah, but he was trying to shield her.
And Andrew, the son, was shot to death and killed. The mom is left paralyzed, but she was already in her bed, a lady lying in her bed, defenseless. No, they didn't have guns or anything. They were defenseless. And these guys shoot the 25-year-old son as he's trying to protect mom, shoot mom in the bed. She survived. But in this case, they know because they have one of the guys talking, but they know that the accused killers meant to target a different house. This was gun-related, so Fulforth and Roberts both charged with first-degree murder. The defense team trying to say that in the case, there's a third gun that was used that is missing. And so because of this, they're saying there could have been a third shooter who actually committed the shootings.
Jeez.
So it's just a horrific, devastating situation. Several other people were also arrested in connection with the case because of the connection to, these were guys that were, repair, fix it kind of guys. And so the repair, fix it, case has been brought back to Bucks County as well. So just a horrible story that we have there. We also have something for the Philadelphia Phillies, who were victorious last night, but won in a way that hasn't been done in more than 5 decades. This was an automatic runner, Brandon Marsh, scoring on a call of catcher's interference with the bases loaded in the 10th inning last night. And at the end of the day, the Philadelphia Phillies win in a 3-2 walk-off win over the Boston Red Sox.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't see that too often when the ump says, catcher's glove was a little too close to that bat. That's nice, though. We'll take it.
Yeah, so the Phillies asked for a review. The call overturned, allowing Marsh to score the winning run without a Philadelphia hit in the inning. And it's the first walk-off win due to the catcher's interference since August 1st, 1971, when the LA Dodgers beat the Cincinnati Reds.
What about that?
By the way, if you're the Phillies, you don't want to win like that.
So what? It's kind of...
I'll take a win anyway. I can get at this
Stop, both of you. You don't want to win like that. You want to win...
Well, sure.
Bases loaded, a grand slam or, a little loop to center.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You don't want to win by some bogus call. Come on.
Whatever you got to do to stay above the Mets or make this division less interesting.
Your fandom is showing there. That's just not, I'm speaking as a Philly. Like, you don't want to win like that. You're competitive. You know what I mean? Because the Red Sox can always be like, it was lucky.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of was.
That's fine. The hell with the Red Sox. I hate Boston.
Yeah, so
Take that.
Yeah.
Take that, Boston.
Boston.
A terrible accent.
Yeah. PA Pyrotechnic fan, Jeannie's point. Little League games are won like that. Absolutely.
Oh,
Yes.
Speaking of Little League, my brother-in-law got ejected for arguing with an ump.
Oh, you're
in an 11-year-old ball.
All right, I need
as the first base coach.
I know your brother-in-law is a big fan of the show.
Other one.
Okay.
Wife's side.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Not a fan of the show.
All right. Good. Yeah. that is disgraceful.
I know.
Stop with the arguing with the umps.
I know.
In Little League.
It's awful.
Agreed.
And the Phillies should say, you know what? That was a cheap victory. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We also have in the Brandywine Creek, this is some Delco news, Delaware County, Pennsylvania. There's word that a man actually drowned in the Brandywine Creek during the, lunchtime-ish. Police saying that Sergio Aya Vilques of Mexico was swimming in the Brandywine Creek right near State Route 1 and Mill Road. This is Chad's Ford, with a woman that he had met the night before at a club in Delaware. So while the two were in the center of the creek, he begins to panic and he could not swim in the water's current, which sometimes these creeks, are fast moving and have a pretty strong current. Investigators talking about this, saying the woman made it safely out of the creek, but couldn't see him. This is according to state police. So Pennsylvania state troopers, multiple fire departments, medics, first responders, they tried to, they immediately responded, tried to find him. By this time, it's too late. His death ruled accidental, and state police say the woman fully cooperating with investigators. But they are saying it's a reminder of some of these currents in the creek, even though it's hot out. Mm-hmm. Well, not today. It's not hot out. It's nice humidity, but lower humidity. But they're just reminding people, be careful.
Yeah. Yeah, my in-laws, they have a small little creek behind their yard. It's only maybe 4 yards, 5 yards wide, typically only maybe a foot deep. But when it pours, that thing becomes treacherous. You're right. It's fast moving. Speaking of that, did you guys see the story of Theo Huxtable?
Yeah.
That's where I was leading with.
Yeah. He got swept out on vacation.
In Costa Rica.
Oh,
it's just so sad that he drowned. 54 years young. Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Yeah.
Who played Theo.
Yeah, I saw that right before bed last night. I was like, wait, Theo Huxtable died?
I know,
man.
I know. My wife mentioned to me. I'm like, from the Cosby Show?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he was with his family on vacation in the Dominican Republic. They said it was just a tragic accident.
Yeah.
He went out too far and Man, those currents are rough, dude.
Yeah.
They really are.
Yep.
And that's just it. I mean, it's just another lesson. We talked about it last night because when we're at the Jersey Shore, for example, if we have, if anybody's swimming, I would say just take a boogie board. Just have something.
I love boogie boarding.
Right?
Yeah. I can't surf for crap, so I boogie board.
Yeah, but even if you have some kind of flotation device, you can kind of ride it out as far as if you're swept out.
Yeah. And strap it to your wrist, right? Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah, it's funny. I really don't, because of, I have a 5-year-old. I don't go out that far in the ocean anymore. I used to. But even just, up to your waist or something like that, it's like you can feel the current.
Oh, sure.
It's rough.
It's good enough for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, I've watched Jaws too many times.
I know. Didn't. So a lot of people talking about that today. And we do have a beautiful forecast, a picture perfect forecast, Nick Kayal.
That is correct, Dawn. It is currently, Phil's, Phil, can we minimize all the...
68 degrees.
Trying to see our time and temp.
Degrees.
68 degrees. Going up to 91 today. Mostly cloudy in the morning with some scattered thunderstorms. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's Saturday the 26th.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Don't mind me. I'm looking at the golf forecast for the weekend.
What's wrong with you? I was going to say. It's not going to be 91 today. It's going to be like 84.
Yes, going up to 84 today. Sun and clouds mixed. Winds are light and variable. Don't worry about my golf forecast for Saturday. It'll just get washed out like it always does. Philly weather brought to you by MT. Rule your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
His head is already golfing on Saturday.
Yep.
We have 4 more shows to go.
And I have 2 of them already planned.
And you are and you're talking about golfing on Saturday.
Yes,
How dare
indeed.
you?
Yes,
Would
indeed.
you please be? Here's the thing. Saturday it is 94, and there's a chance for some rain. So we're back to that tropical pattern.
Yep.
There's a chance for those lightning pop-ups.
Yeah, lightning pop-ups.
Would you please be careful? We've had weird lightning strikes.
You're right.
We told them, Don, don't worry, lightning's not going to get him. A heart attack will.
All right.
Stop.
What if I got struck by lightning, which then induced the heart attack, and then I died? That's how I want to go. Not that I've been thinking about it. 6 o'clock.
When do you move out? When is?
Dawn, I'm telling you, I can't. I am so ready. I have 23 more days. 23, I believe.
Not that he's counting.
Yeah,
it.
3 weeks from this Saturday, 24 days.
Could you not sleep last night? You were texting me at 11 o'clock.
I was wide awake last night.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I was wide. You know what's weird is I was wired yesterday thinking I would be exhausted from the bike ride, but wanting to come in and talk about it, amped up for it. And then that just stayed all day with me. And now I'm a little sluggish.
Oh, great.
Today.
Great.
Like the crash is happening today, not yesterday.
When we actually need you. I don't care what you do. 20 other hours of the day. For 4 hours, I need you. You're like, I'm a little sluggish at 6:21 in the morning when we have 3.5 hours left.
I'll ratchet it up. Don't worry. I've got a big take where I'm fired up about. So that's coming up.
All right.
6 o'clock hour brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders, where you can furnish your home and make a statement for summer with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. All right, who said something funny on YouTube?
I didn't mean to laugh during you read, although it probably enhances it.
Yeah.
Road Warrior says he's going to start packing up during the cut sheet.
Might take a nap during the cut sheet.
It's an inside joke.
Yes.
If you watch the show at about 9:40, you can see on YouTube Nick start packing his bag up.
As the bells and whistles come,
oh, God.
the bag comes out.
It's so infuriating. It's so infuriating.
Phil comes in. He goes, I think Greg's staring at you. All right, Tuesday Big Take is on the way. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is
under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
The headlines about Social Security are scary. What do you do if they cut back? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Hey, it's Matt, your Leaf Filter Trusted Pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
.628, Kayal and Company live on a Tuesday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. What a day. We have a lot of good stuff to get into. Big shout out, too, yesterday. We had 2 more donations for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. After we got off of the air, a couple of emails coming into me with those donations, so thank you to the 2 that donated. Again, you can donate year-round, fbbcf.org. You see Stalker wearing the Kayal and Company logo T-shirt today. Woo! The T-shirt for participating in the bike ride that you were handed prior to taking off Sunday morning around 6 a.m. when you registered. I opened it up yesterday.
Yeah.
Awesome T-shirt.
Oh, is it?
It's great.
Nice.
It's one of those like combo hybrid shirts where it's like real thin cotton, but it's not like the micro sweat absorbing type material.
Yeah.
Oh, they just rest beautifully on you.
Oh, boy.
They fit you perfectly.
There we go.
You know, you're a guy like me, maybe you have a bit of a belly. It kind of conceals the belly while showing off the guns.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Conceals.
Yeah. Hide your fat. Love them. All right. I'm fired up for this one. Let's get to it. Tuesday. Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by First Bank. The Big Take, freezing the ICE assault. I have completely had it. I'm so done with the attacks against ICE agents. I've reached my limit. Just like I had a few years ago with the assaults literally and figuratively on police officers and other law enforcement personnel, the demonization and demoralizing has to end. I want this administration to unleash law and order hell against any and all who go anything above free speech and their right to protest. Set a precedent, please. That goes out to Kristi Noem, Tom Homan, Attorney General Pam Bondi. These agents are merely doing their job and carrying out the mandate from the American people who voted on stopping illegal immigration and speeding up deportations. Saturday was the breaking point for me. An ICE officer shot in the face, not once, but twice in New York by what has now been deemed an illegal alien with a criminal history. And to boot, the agent was off duty when it occurred. Here is DHS leader Kristi Noem yesterday. Listen and watch.
Listen, our officer was off duty on Saturday evening when him and his friend were attacked. They were attacked by 2 individuals that were set on robbing them, and thankfully he had his service weapon with him and was able to defend himself and his friend and injured one of those individuals that was trying to do them harm. His quick action speaks to his tenacity and his excellence in training and skill, and because of that, one of the perpetrators was wounded in this interaction and was incarcerated when he came in to get medical treatment. One of the suspected attackers, the one that was injured, his name is Miguel Francisco Mora Nunez, a Dominican national that was entering into this country illegally back in 2023. He was then released back into this country by the Biden administration. Miguel Francisco Moro Nunez is and has a rap sheet that is a mile long. He was arrested. He was charged with grand larceny and also assault. The state of Massachusetts has an active warrant out for him for armed robbery with a firearm. He also has many other charges against him, such as kidnapping and witness intimidation. There's absolutely zero reason that someone who is scum of the earth like this should be running loose on the streets of New York City. He was arrested 4 different times in New York City, and because of the mayor's policies and sanctuary city policies, was released back to do harm to people and to individuals living in this city. Make no mistake, this officer is in the hospital today fighting for his life because of the policies of the mayor of this city and the city council and the people that were in charge of keeping the public safe. They refused to do so, and now we have the situation on our hand where someone who has dedicated their lives to protecting the public is now fighting for his own.
This administration better follow through on its words in regards to this matter. I've heard enough of the Hunter Biden talk, the Dr. Fauci talk, the Jeffrey Epstein talk. Lock these people up and throw away the key. I want justice for those who are trying to protect and serve, who experience these injustices. This guy had no business being in America, much less being in and out of jail multiple times. None. How many freaking chances are we going to give these people? How many innocent lives need to be placed in jeopardy? And this is a Democrat double whammy. They advocate for these policies. They implement these prosecutors. This is the product of sanctuary cities, and this is what we end up with. And I never want to hear again about Donald Trump's rhetoric, ever again. The poison started at the top and infiltrated its way down to governors and mayors. And no bigger loser west of the Mississippi than L.A. Mayor Karen Bass, who joined Martha Raddatz on ABC News Sunday morning, advocating yet again for the removal of masked agents. Listen and watch.
Los Angeles is a city of immigrants. 3.8 million people, and about 50% of our population is Latino. And so when the raid started, fear spread. The masked men in unmarked cars, no license plate, no real uniforms, jumping out of cars with rifles and snatching people off the street, leading a lot of people to think maybe kidnappings were taking place. How do you have masked men who then say, well, we are federal officials with no identification?
Well, you know what the administration will say to that. They'll say they're in danger, that there have been threats, that there has been doxing, and that that's the reason they have the masks on, and that they say there is some ID.
Well, let me just tell you, we have a Los Angeles Police Department that has to deal with crime in this city every single day, and they're not masked. They stay here. The masked men parachute in, stay here for a while, and leave. And so you enter a profession like policing, like law enforcement. I'm sorry, I don't think you have a right to have a mask and snatch people off the street.
If you've done nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear. So I don't give a damn about your fear in Los Angeles. I don't give a damn about your demographics and what the census tells you. They weren't kidnappings. Masked men? Yeah, because they've been swatted and doxxed. Their families have been threatened, and a lot of this is organized. And now all of a sudden, Karen Bass wants to defend the cops in Los Angeles, another defunder now trying to defend cops against ICE, now backing the blue compared to ICE. Well, they don't wear masks. Tell your protesters, how about they take off their masks? Because most of them are not Latino. Most of them are not from Palestine. Most of them are white liberals that are paid to travel and protest. Here's part 2, where Martha pushes back a little bit on Karen Bass about deportations. Listen and watch.
Just tell me who you think should be deported. Is it just people who've been convicted of crimes? You have, what, almost 1 million undocumented workers in Los Angeles. What should happen to those people?
So let me just say that because we are a city of immigrants, we have entire sectors of our economy that are dependent on immigrant labor. We have to get the fire areas rebuilt. We're not going to get our city rebuilt without immigrant labor. And it's not just the deportation. It's the fear that sets in when raids occur, when people are snatched off the street. And I know you are aware that even people who are here legally, even people who are U.S. citizens have been detained. Immigrants who have their papers and were showing up for their annual immigration appointment were detained when they showed up doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing.
So they should not be deported?
I don't think
they
so.
should stay.
Well, this is what
1 million undocumented?
No, let me just tell you. What I think we need is comprehensive immigration reform. I served in Congress for 12 years.
And didn't get it.
And didn't get it. And why didn't we get it? I mean, after I left, There was an immigration reform bill that had bipartisan support. This was during the campaign. The president decided he didn't want to have it happen because he didn't want immigration reform to happen where he didn't take credit.
When in doubt, blame Donald Trump. That's what the Democrats have been doing for a decade. But riots, wildfires, sheer incompetence, that is a mayor right there who is so in over her head. And how racist is it to say that immigrants are needed for rebuilding after the wildfires? If a white Republican made that statement, ABC News would spontaneously combust. It's about keeping 1 million potential future voters, period. I've been saying it for 2.5 years. Karen Bass continues to serve and continues not to deliver. And ICE agent attacks are now up 890% over the last year. Let me reiterate and let that sink in. 890%. This is defund the police 2020 all over again on steroids. And once again, Democrats offer zero solutions. It's just about resist, truth to power, and all these other cliches that the DNC manufactures and then sends out in a mass email. And even when it's the top campaign issue in a previous election, they have no solution. But speaking of the previous administration, we get to Hunter Biden. You'll hear more coming up in a little bit, as well as on the cut sheet. He went viral yesterday for his uncensored interview with Channel 5 News YouTube podcast sensation Andrew Callahan. Here is lowlife loser Hunter Biden ranting about illegal immigration deportations from President Donald Trump. Listen and watch.
And he's somehow convinced all of us that these people are criminals. White men in America are 45 more times likely to commit a violent crime than an immigrant. And the media says, well, you got David Axelrod and, Rahm Emanuel. So smart, Rahm Emanuel. And so we got to understand that these people are really mad. And we got to appeal to these white voters. Rahm, the only people that appealed to those white voters was Joe Biden, 81 years old. And he got 81 million votes. And he did not because he appeased their Trumpian sense, but because he challenged it. And he said, you can be an 81-year-old Catholic from Scranton that doesn't understand it, but still has empathy for transgender people and immigrants. Then nobody said, oh, Joe Biden's going to turn us into a socialist state, no matter how much they said it. But these guys think that we need to run away from all values in order for us to lead. I say, you. How are we getting those people back from El Salvador? Because I'll tell you what, if I became president in 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, I would pick up the phone and call the president of El Salvador and say, you either send them back or I'm going to invade. It's a crime what they're doing. He's a dictator thug.
Bukele or Trump?
Both.
All right, since we're cursing, hey, Hunter Biden, F you. You didn't pay your taxes. You didn't acknowledge your 4-year-old daughter. You're a junkie who blew through millions of dollars, who was given every chance in life for 50-plus years, who claimed to make a living on your paintings, who was allegedly doing daddy's dirty work as a middleman across the pond, who has been the definition of privilege. And he's raging about policy. The guy should be in jail. I sincerely hope that this administration, Trump's administration, doubles down and triples down on raids, detention, deportations, and prosecuting any and all to the fullest extent of the law. A safer America for me, for you, for us, and most importantly, honestly, for those out there trying to protect and serve. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by First Bank. If you're ready to drive your business and get success with a trusted local partner, well, then count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts and reactions to all of the immigration and deportation stuff from yesterday and a little bit more on Hunter Biden, the big guy's little boy. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Oh, it's been years, right? From the first time that I met Mike and Mark Chapman, they built their business. And as their business grew over the past 30 years, so has their family. Well, if you're redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 20% off all siding. Now, whether you want that fiber cement siding or the vinyl siding, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've got you covered. And as I always talk about, siding, yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I drive by some of the James Hardy siding. I think, oh, I love that look. But it's not just about the look. It's not just about the curb appeal. Siding is critical for your home, protecting it as this barrier, this shield against the harsh weather of all seasons. So Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they complete every project with such care, such precision, and they always go the extra mile to work with you on all the different, the styles, the options that you have that are going to fit your home and fit within your family budget. They work hard to make sure they fit within your family budget. Don't put this off. Take advantage right now. 20% off today. What are you waiting for? Experience the Chapman difference as I have and experience it for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Just call them. You can text. They're listening right now. They're like-minded. 610-431-8898. 610-431-8898. You can check them out online. Look at all those before and after photos. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. For me, for my family, it's all about care. That's what matters most, and that's why my entire family goes to Dr. Mike Veneria. When it comes to a complicated dental procedure, for over 10 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to him. Even other doctors have chosen Dr. Mike as their dentist. See, it's not about cost, it's about care. And you don't want to go to those chain dental offices, forget those. He has two very convenient locations for you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. So go there and see him. He's the guy, and he's worth the drive no matter where you're coming from, because you don't want to go to the closest dentist. You want to go to the best dentist, the guy who cares. That's Dr. Mike Veneria, the best of the best. So make your appointment to see Dr. Mike today. If you already got an estimate for that dental implant, get a second opinion from Dr. Mike. It's worth doing. Just reach out to him at 856-786-2020 or VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210. WPHT.
.648, Kayal and Company. It's a Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. The cut sheet coming up 1 hour from now. Fight Club at 9:10. Bob Costas at 9:15. 855-839-1210. All right, Dawn Stenzel, I know you spent the weekend in New York where this shooting occurred. An ICE agent off duty shot twice in the face, yet the Democrats, like Karen Bass and media members alike, driving what I believe is this fear, creating this hysteria, and yet they want to blame Donald Trump and ICE agents for instilling fear. It's the good guys that are driving the fear, not the bad guys that committed an act where they should be fearful of the repercussions. Because this administration has been saying for a year and a half, if and when we get back into office and win the 2024 election, if it's not the top priority, it will be the second priority right behind the economy. Tom Homan's coming out of retirement. We're coming for you. You have a chance to leave on your own, redo it the right way, and maybe gain entry and acceptance. If not, alligator, Alcatraz, and deportations await. I don't know. It seems pretty simple to me, yet now we have agents being shot in the face, which to me is as horrific as anything that occurred to police in 2020, 2021, or 2022.
Yeah, and the fact that these two guys, both of them, these criminals with these long rap sheets, and nobody talks about it. It's why this issue it's such a winning issue, if you will, because, and I hate to even say a winning issue. It's just a no-brainer. It's a common sense thing that none of us, who wants criminals coming from other countries into this country?
I don't even want the criminals that are American citizens to be in this country anymore, much less the outsider, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's have a trade,
Yes.
But, that's what I don't get, that they can't even differentiate from people with they're convicted criminals. And they've been convicted. They've even spent time in jail. Then they were let go. Why would you let them go? It's just such a common sense issue. So I do not understand that. The one thing I do, and we talked about it at length, but for Hunter Biden, who I think is a smart guy, ironically, isn't it weird that you have Mamdani and then you have Hunter Biden, the former crack addict, who really represent and are probably the most, forceful speakers within the Democrat Party. What does that say?
Yeah.
For Democrats, that at least he seems to believe what he's saying, and that's the weird part. Everybody else is wishy-washy or just seems crazy. So,
yeah.
But I will just say this about it. When he talks about the fact that, don't they know that, what did he say? Some white guy has a bigger chance of committing a crime. They manipulate the statistics. So they've not allowed us in Philadelphia or Chester County or Montgomery County. We don't know the stats on the crimes that criminal aliens have committed because the police are not allowed to keep the stats, right? They're not allowed to keep the stats. They're not allowed to release the stats. The only way that I know it sometimes is if I make some calls and I get somebody who will tell me on background.
Right.
And then I can report that person is an illegal, a non-citizen here. And then on top of it, they have a lengthy rap sheet. But they disallow us from knowing it, from keeping those stats. And that's why the stats themselves are skewed. And that's why, in fact, the immigrant community, in other words, people who may have overstayed a visa, who are here to work on like the Chester County farms or whatever, that's why for them, this is a huge issue because they're the ones most likely to be the victims of those criminal aliens.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Do you know what I mean? Like the good illegals who
Right.
are here and their visa expired and they're trying to get to a court date, da-da-da. So it's not popular within that community.
Nope. It's not popular, I think, in any community across the country. And I'm glad you mentioned Hunter Biden because a lot of people yesterday started to run with this theory that he is going to run for office, whether it's in 2028 or 2032. I do not believe for a second that he's auditioning.
There's no chance.
I think it's clickbait. I think he's beyond repair. He's a scumbag. And there's no way I could see him holding office. He has such a track record of awful stories that I can't envision anybody actually really trying to elect him. But it didn't stop him from burning down the establishment yesterday.
Yeah, it's true. By the way, the basis of the big take, Nick, was off that CBP agent that was shot in the face by the illegal alien with prior arrests in New York. Hat tip to Bill Malugin for doing this. I don't know. There's actual footage. I don't know if you guys saw this.
Mm-hmm.
We have the footage.
Oh,
right
really?
Here. Yeah. Roll the footage for if you're watching on YouTube. You can see.
Is that a motorbike?
Yeah.
Two guys, it looks like. Out of the picture. Now looks like they're getting off the bike. One guy's backing it up now. The other guy's already off. And he's going towards rocks, maybe a body of water. What's he looking for? Oh, whoa.
Jesus. Right in the face.
So there's an ICE agent off duty with his firearm, like Christy Nome said. Looks like there might be another individual down there. And it looks like the ICE agent, did the ICE agent shoot back at the suspect? That has to be the ICE agent on the left.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video, by the way.
Wow.
But you're doing a good job of...
now he's climbing. Maybe he didn't get shot. Looks like the suspect is getting on a bike and taking off now.
So the victim was... I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dawn.
No.
The victim was sitting on the rocks by the water and just enjoying the water. Now, I'll say thankfully, the victim in this case is an armed actual law enforcement agent, as we later learned, right? But not in his uniform.
Yep.
So these two guys arrive on the scooter because that's their MO. They come up on bicycles or scooters, come up from behind him, and it's an attempted robbery. And that's when the off-duty CBP officer responds, pulls out his gun, and shoots in self-defense. But he himself, the CBP officer, was shot in his right arm and his face, his left cheek. He's in the hospital.
Yeah.
You know, they've stabilized his condition, but he could have been killed.
Well,
to be shot twice like that.
Yeah. So one more piece of footage. So it stopped there, and then it picks up again. The illegal alien suspect involved with the shooting of a Border Patrol agent in New York City arriving at a hospital before one of them gets dumped off and the other flees. So you can see this. This is like surveillance video. You can see.
Drop it off his buddy.
Yep.
Here, go get patched up. I'm out of here.
Watch what he does. He just kind of
dumps him off like a trash
lifeless
bag.
body and just throws him down. And then
this reminds me of the story we had in Philadelphia with Dawn with your news.
Yeah.
What was this? Somebody
takes off. There he goes.
Yeah.
See ya.
And the trash bag, that was a perfect way to describe it because at first I thought it was one of those white trash bags, like a hefty bag. You know what I mean? That was and then you go, oh my God, that's not a trash bag. That's his white T-shirt. That's a human being
Yep.
that he sort of just, who's lifeless, who just dumps. Oh my
Democrats will say, well, this wasn't a targeted attack. He had no idea that it was an off-duty CBP agent. He was just trying to commit your run-of-the-mill robbery.
Well put.
855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour 2. Then we will get to Hunter Biden nuking the Democrat establishment, as well as James Carville penned an op-ed for the New York Times on how he would fix the confused and leaderless Democrats. Where do you hear how I don't even know who nuked the Democrats more, Hunter or Carville. But we'll get into it when we come back. Kayal and Company Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Your kitchens and bathrooms should be a retreat. Spaces that are as beautiful as they are functional. At Emmons, we customize every detail to fit your style, needs, and budget. From sleek modern updates to timeless classics, we make your dream kitchen or bathroom a reality and offer free interior design services. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com and let the Emmons team start designing your perfect space. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232. too.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Kayal and Company, 7:02 as we begin hour number 2 on a Tuesday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, Greg Stocker, Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly. Oh, we have a lot more to get into. We're going to get into Hunter Biden and James Carville, the state of the Democrat Party, as both fireballers out there taking a flamethrower to the establishment on the left. Also, the cut sheets coming up at 7:45 this morning. Fight Club at 9:10. And Bob Costas at 9:15, who did not like our commentary in response to his commentary about politics being a necessary element to sports and the sports backdrop. You can't avoid it. I took a issue with the way he framed it, and I will air my grievances.
He wants to clear the air.
Yeah.
He said you guys took, apparently, so here's the thing. Here's the thing with this. It was a giant misunderstanding, I believe, because apparently he sat down for 40 minutes with Kristen Welker, and they only put out clips of it.
And then he sat down for 40 minutes with you.
So you guys, were sitting. So you guys were just reacting to the clips that NBC put out there.
Can only react to what I'm given.
Yeah. So he just wants to clear the air, and I think that he feels like. Well, he told me. I'm not giving too much away, but he told me where he does lean liberal.
Shocking.
Which
is fine. That's okay.
He said that he also, he does stuff with, Bush and a lot of the Republicans and stuff. So,
I believe right now he's currently a contributor for CNN at times.
Yep.
And of course he's, I think, still somehow connected with NBC, although I don't think he does as much as he used to do on the sports front. So looking forward to it. One of my favorite voices of my childhood growing up in the Jordan era of NBA basketball. Bob Costas was the soundtrack, so we'll talk to him about that, have a good time with him, and then we'll get to all the other bells and whistles.
Is he still going to do the Olympics? I always think of him during the Olympics.
I think Tirico does it now, Mike Tirico. Okay. Yeah, they've got to justify Tirico's salary because he works 14 days a year.
Oh, boy.
He left ESPN for $1 bazillion and comes out every quarter for a big event. Talk about that lifestyle. You think Colbert had it good. Tirico is living life. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:04. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company. News Live this Tuesday morning, July 22nd.
Uh-oh.
Do you hear a crackling
Yeah,
noise?
I thought it was my earbuds at first, but it's not.
My board just went dead.
Uh-oh.
But we're okay. All right.
Okay.
It came back. I don't know.
We will continue on.
All right.
Sorry for the crackling. Nobody's cooking. July 22nd, we have the...
And it went dead again. All right.
Is it my microphone?
No, we're okay. Just keep going.
Keep on going.
Yeah.
The Trump administration this Tuesday morning, the news that is, we're learning more about the Trump administration, as promised. This was promised before he was elected. So you could say it's a promise made, promise kept. But nearly 250,000 pages, 230,000 pages of MLK, Martin Luther King Jr. assassination files detailing the FBI's investigation into the case. And that was released in this huge, document dump, if you will, this massive trove of documents related, of course, to the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., a civil rights icon in America. And this was mostly related to what began that fateful day in April of 1968. So this is the Trump administration saying today, after nearly 60 years of questions surrounding the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., we are releasing 230,000 MLK assassination files. And that's the statement by the DNI, Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. And so she put that out among other places. They released it, obviously in many different platforms, but that was her statement released on X. And so Gabbard noting that the documents released in partnership with DOJ, Department of Justice, as well as the CIA, National Archives, the FBI. And this gives some level of detail that we've never seen before in our nation's history, detailing the federal probe into the shooting at the Lorraine Motel there in Memphis, Tennessee, which obviously was that horrible day that 39-year-old Dr. King was murdered, was shot to death.
How do you think this is going to sit with those in the MAGA base that want the Epstein files released, and we get MLK after being told we were going to get Epstein last week? I don't think optically this looks great for them, just because we've had JFK now we get MLK, but so many people still want, and I'm not talking about those in the left or the media, Trump supporters that want the Epstein stuff out. I'm exhausted by the Epstein stuff, to be honest. I know, shocking, because we've talked about it on this show a ton. I've reached my my expiration on the Epstein conversation, but I don't know necessarily that a lot of people are thrilled with this decision to release it. And also the family, the King family, I thought I read this correctly yesterday. They didn't want the details released.
Some did, some didn't.
Okay.
But the media only quotes the half of the family that
Got it.
did not.
Why would you not want to know if you're the family, or not have it out there publicly? That's interesting. I would be, I mean, you already know it personally, right? So maybe privacy, I guess, is the argument here, but I don't know.
I want to look back over the years, because I think it's emotional for a family, but I will say over the years, I seem to remember that the family at some points wanted more transparency, at other points felt satisfied that it was James Earl Ray. So, I think that, to me personally, the cynical side of me feels like the media only quotes the family members now because it has become political.
Mm-hmm.
So they quote the part of the family that does not want it.
Right.
But of course, I think you have to have sensitivity to it. This was a promise that was made for many years by other administrations as well.
Sure.
And so, I do think it's part of our American history. I think it's important information. But remember the King family as well. I mean, we even when Martin Luther King Jr. Day happens, we get a memo every year reminding us that the King family owns all of the rights to all of the different speeches.
Yes. Yeah.
Remember, so part of it, that makes me sad that, in fact, there are some amazing speeches that broadcasters are really afraid to put out there, only because of this copyright issue.
It always reminds me of two other things from sports, that you can't use the word Super Bowl in any promotion or contest. You call it the big game. And the other one is the Let's Get Ready to Rumble, which Michael Buffer has copyrighted, and nobody can use that. So, yeah, good point.
And in defense of the family, I think they just want to protect his legacy. But at the same time, I think that his legacy, there's so many wonderful pieces of his life, his legacy, his preaching, all of that I wish, we had a glimpse into the life and his legacy. So in part, that's what this will do. I think a lot of good will come out of this, thinking about the civil rights movement. In fact, reaching back into the Bob Costas conversation, that was my point when I heard, again, admittedly a small clip that was perhaps taken out of context. But one of the points that Costas was making was that, in fact, sports was in step with what was going on in the civil rights movement, or the women's equality movement, or that sort of thing.
What Hank Aaron had to deal with, which they just brought up again because the All-Star game was in Atlanta last week. Yeah.
Yes. And so, my point was, well, the civil rights movement is different than politics. And isn't it strange that now there are people who believe that anti-Trump is a sort of civil rights movement, or pro-Trump is a civil right? It's not.
Right.
That's different to
I
me.
agree. Yep.
To me. But in any event, to me, I think this is good. But it is incredible as we now get to look through this collection, as we go through this investigation. I have no doubt, and I also want to know: did they release some of the film? I mean, obviously, film, photos, all of that. And will we see new documentaries put out because of this?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it opens up, hopefully, what is a positive for America.
Yeah.
But to your point, unfortunately, the cynical side, if you listen and see some of the headlines this morning, what they're talking about is, well, this is disappointing because the administration is trying to create distractions.
Yep.
So you have that going on. I'll tell you, local news, we do have the crews in the Northeast, and we see these water main breaks all the time in the city of Philadelphia, but I don't know, it feels like in the Northeast, they get their fair share of it in Philadelphia. So we have this very large, muddy, water gushing with another broken, busted water pipe, a main that broke yesterday afternoon. It's still a mess. It's just a muddy, yucky mess. Those repair crews the guys are on the scene trying to fix this thing because, as you know, they have to shut down everybody's water to try to fix the water main break. And that means that also some of the roadways are shut down. So in the area of Cottman Ave near Franklin Street, this is Philadelphia's Tacony neighborhood, a lot of different street closures. So it's a muddy mess this morning. So just a heads up if you're heading out. And I don't have a timeline as to when they think they're going to get this fully fixed and reopen the roads and everybody gets their water back. So sorry, I don't have answers for you. And we do have this 2-year-old little boy recovering in the hospital, thank God, after being shot. This is North Philadelphia. Happened last night around the 8 o'clock hour. And so the little boy was brought to Temple University Hospital with this gunshot wound to his left shoulder. I don't have the conditions. I only have his condition, which thank God is stabilized, but we don't really know what happened. Where exactly was this kid shot? No arrests, no weapons recovered, no motive, no suspect descriptions, nothing. There's no information on this.
The devaluing of human life.
Oh, the sweet little 2-year-old. My God.
Do we know who brought him to the hospital?
They're not.
Mom, dad, relative, friend?
Nick, they're really not releasing a ton of information here.
Embarrassing.
It's really a sad, and you know what else I will say, and this is not for nothing, I'm not saying this is the police's fault or anything. Can you imagine if a 2-year-old kid in like Radnor on the main line was shot in the shoulder? There would be an uproar.
As opposed to
Philadelphia.
Oh, well, it's just, standard operating procedure in Philadelphia.
So if anybody wants to talk about, I don't know, ism, whether it's a class issue, a race issue, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is this prolific burglar, and we have surveillance images that police are just releasing of this guy who had this little umbrella. He's a big man with a little umbrella, gloves, a baseball cap, and under the baseball cap, this white head and face mask, this whole head covering that he wears to conceal his identity. And this guy conducted a burglary spree in which he made off with thousands of dollars in cash, hitting up businesses in West Philadelphia and Southwest. So Southwest is detectives because he first struck in Southwest. So they're the ones leading the investigation. But we know that the one burglary spree that happened was actually last Thursday in the wee hours of the morning, 1:40 a.m. to 3:05. So why did he time it then? Is he timing it before the business people open up early, or is he timing it on a shift change? Because it feels like, is that a police shift change? The timing is very peculiar with this guy. And is he a suspect in other fast-paced burglaries? I don't have the answer. So in some of these, he broke into the business, busted windows, busted locks. In others, he made off with the entire cash drawer. And so restaurants, other businesses, privately run businesses, but making off with thousands of dollars. So we have that going on. We also have the trial going on in Montgomery County. This is a murder trial of 2 guys who carried out that horrific, just a chilling and deadly home invasion. Charles Fulworth, Kevin Roberts, they're on trial, first-degree murder. after they broke into a Lower Merion home back in December on Meredith Road. We learned later that they worked for a fix-it company, a company in Bucks County, and they had gotten word from the company that there was a home where some guys had done work. And I got to tell you, this is why it's important. I feel when you have any fix-it guys, they're fully background checked, because these guys got word that there was a home with elderly residents, senior citizens, who had a ton of valuable guns. So it was the intent, apparently, that's the allegation by prosecutors, that they would break in and steal all of these valuable firearms. Unfortunately, what happens is they go to the wrong home in the wrong county on Meredith Road. And this is where this lady, Bernadette, and her 25-year-old son, Andrew Gaudio, lived. And these are unarmed individuals with no guns in their home. The 25-year-old son, hailed as a hero, trying to save his mom, who's in bed, save her life. 25-year-old Andrew, the son, shot multiple times. Bernadette, the mom, in bed, she lives.
You know what's amazing is you couldn't even get the right county correct.
Yeah.
I mean, forget the wrong house or the wrong street. You're not even in the right zip code. So for that, you know what you get?
Firing squad.
Take them all out.
It's just, it gives you chills to think about this woman. But a total of 8 people, by the way, were charged in this fatal home invasion that we talked a lot about here on Kayal Company in the news. But this is Montgomery County, the DA's office, speaking a lot about it. And so we know that there were suspects across Philadelphia. Remember this? And they had to track down these suspects. So Philadelphia police, Montgomery County police, and multiple charges. 26-year-old Jeremy Fuentes of Philadelphia, he was charged with second-degree murder, conspiracy to commit robbery, and all these different burglary charges. Then these other 2 guys, 41-year-old Charles Fulforth of Jenkintown and 42-year-old Kelvin Roberts of Philadelphia, they're the 2 charged with first-degree murder. And so they're on trial right now. But you have 8 different individuals, and this all stems from Bucks County, from this one business where they were talking about a home that is not even the one they ended up in. Do you know what I'm saying? But it was a huge investigation that netted all these different suspects that were traced back. And so in this one, there were firearms, gun parts. That's what they were after. And at the end of the day, the defense attorneys are saying the 2 guys on trial right now, they're trying to point to the other 6 guys. You know what I'm saying? To say there could have been another shooter, etc., and create that reasonable doubt. That's the trial that we're seeing. In other news this morning, it's really sad news. The Today Show, I know, led with the story, and that was a beloved actor. He was a teen actor, maybe America's good teenage son. This is Theo Huxtable. Back in the day on the Cosby Show, Theo Huxtable has died. His real name is Malcolm Jamel Warner, 54 years young. And he had written fairly recently and gone on some podcasts to say that he did everything right in his life. He waited until he was 45 years old to find love, to marry the love of his life, have a daughter who now is actually about the age of, I believe she was almost 9 years old, about the age of your daughters, Nick.
Yep.
And so he had waited for love, waited for marriage.
Yeah, just like Tim Scott.
Had wanted to be a good dad.
Yeah.
And then it released, never really tried to keep his life private.
Mm-hmm.
Goes on a family vacation in Costa Rica, is carried out by a strong current and drowns.
Yeah, he was really good in the OJ series that the FX launched about 9 years ago. He played Al Callings, the guy that was driving OJ around in the Bronco. He was good in so many roles after the Cosby Show. I always feel bad for some of these people that get typecasted for like a role and they never can really shake it.
Yeah, because you're like, hey, that's Theo.
Yeah, like Jaleel White as Steve Urkel, never been able to shake it. Ralph Macchio, Karate Kid, never could shake it. Still looks 16 today. And he's like 60.
Yeah, he was. I'm trying to find the show you're talking about, but it was Dr. Alex Reed and a BET sitcom, Read Between the Lines. And most recently, he was in a Fox medical drama, The Resident.
Okay.
So he to your point, he tried to do other, breakout roles.
Yep.
So we have that tragic story that many of you have been reacting to as he did drown, was just carried out to sea, and many, tributes to his career. And as well, they're playing some of the podcasts where he talked about his young daughter, his wife, the loves of his life, and talking about happiness and family.
Yep.
It's really a beautiful but tragic message. So we earlier, I know we were talking earlier about the Phils win, making history, 3-2 walk-off win over the Boston Red Sox. But as we get to the forecast with Nick Kayal, I believe the Eagles.
Yeah.
This is the first day of camp.
Oh.
What a gorgeous day for it.
Oh, the sports guy's down the hall thanking the sports radio gods for something to talk about. Dudes in shorts now, running around at 50%. Yes. Philly weather at 71 degrees, going up to 82 today. Low humidity again. Beautiful sunshine. We will not see that hot, humid, muggy, stormy weather until we approach the weekend. Philly weather brought to you by MT Rule, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, we've got the cut sheet in just over 20 minutes. We're going to get to Biden, Hunter, that is, and James Carville next. And also, as the Democrats search for their Lord and Savior, right? Bill Clinton, 92, Obama, 08. Why it might not matter, according to the experts. We're back after this. Stay right there.
Yes, summertime is here. Beautiful weather today. We've had that hot, miserable stretch. No matter what the weather in the summertime, I'm so thankful for my guys. Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning always keep our home at the right temperature, 72 degrees, cool, calm, and efficiency. That's paramount. Take my advice. Get your AC unit service this summer. If Marvin E. Cann's feels that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train AC unit. Trane, Train, hard to stop a train, as they say. Visit my guys, marvinecans.com, KANZE.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturday evenings at 5 and Sunday mornings at 9, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey there, cats and kittens. It's Brian from The Commercial Break, the mediocre comedy podcast where my best friend Chrissy and I attempt to make sense of the world. We talk about the absurd, the ridiculous, and the stuff no one asked for, like internet weirdos, pickup artists, and why everyone is obsessed with crystals and colonics. It's all gotta stop. The show is free, it's frequent, and it's probably not for everyone. You can go to tcbpodcast.com, subscribe at youtube.com/The Commercial Break, or check out the show wherever you listen to podcasts. We'll see you on the next commercial break, and best to you.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 728, Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app, the free iHeartRadio app. Watch it on YouTube, podcast on iTunes, Spotify. As they like to say, rate, review, and subscribe. Speaking of podcasts, how about Hunter Biden yesterday? Going viral, scorched earth on all of the establishment Democrats. And that includes actors, former presidents, former first ladies, senators. He just took a flamethrower to everybody. And then you have James Carville writing a scathing op-ed in the New York Times as the Ragin' Cajun is disgusted by his party because he knows they are cooked with really no out, no exit, no off-ramp right now to get back into the game, according to James Carville. And we'll read you those quotes in a moment. But I want to play you this first. Phil, this is cut 2 on the cut sheet as Hunter Biden goes off on all of the establishment Democrats in a expletive-filled interview. Listen and watch this.
Opinions, but everybody around him don't have to be nice. Number one, I agree with Quentin Tarantino. George Clooney is not a actor. He is a I don't know what he is. He's a brand. And by the way, and God bless him. You know what? He supposedly treats his friends really well. You know what I mean? Buys them things. And he's got a really great place in Lake Como. And he's great friends with Barack Obama. What do you have to do with thing? Why do I have to listen to you? What right do you have to step on a man who's given 52 years of his life to the service of this country and decide that you, George Clooney, are going to take out basically a full-page ad in the New York Times to me and James Carville, who hasn't run a race in 40 years, and David Axelrod, who had one success in his political life, and that was Barack Obama. And that was because of Barack Obama, not because of David Axelrod. And David Plouffe, and all of these guys, and the Pod Save America guys, who were junior speechwriters in, on Barack Obama's Senate staff, who have been dining out on the relationship with him for years, making millions of dollars. The Anita Dunns of the world, who's made $40-50 million off the Democratic Party. They're all going to insert their judgment over a man who has figured out, unlike anybody else, how to get elected to the United States Senate over 7 times, how to pass more legislation than any president in history, how to have a better midterm election than anybody in history and how to garner more votes than any president that has ever run. And they're going to replace their judgment for his.
Not to mention...
Who's Jake Tapper's audience? Jake Tapper...
My mom or something? I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
For real, though. I don't even think it's your mom anymore.
No.
By the numbers, what influence does Jake Tapper have over anything? He has the smallest audience on cable news. And beyond that, I think that the book is right now on Amazon that he put out. I mean, his ratings just went to after he put the book out. You know, they did a 2-week infomercial for it. I mean, it was such a money grab, such a disservice to everybody that he serves with.
Yeah, Hunter, do MSNBC next. Get to them.
I got to tell you guys, this is the best thing for the Democrats. In my opinion.
Think so?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I agree.
He's capturing the Trump vibe with just kind of just saying anything that's on his mind.
But you don't think he has ambitions of running?
No, I don't. But
Okay.
I think, but to me, this is the most manly I've seen the Democrats in a long time. You know what I mean?
And it's interesting he calls out Carville because I feel like he's emulating Carville here. Carville in the New York Times on July 21st, yesterday, penned this guest essay, and he says this about the Democrat Party. Constipated, leaderless, confused, a cracked-out clown car, divided. These are the words I hear my fellow Democrats using to describe our party as of late. The truth is, they're not wrong. The Democratic Party is in shambles. The Democratic Party is steamrolling toward a civilized civil war.
Yeah.
It's necessary to have it. It's even more necessary to delay it. The only thing that can save us now is an actual savior, because a new party can be delivered only by a person. See Barack Obama in 2008 and Bill Clinton in 1992. He also goes on to say that there's plenty of tantalizing political scandal surrounding the president right now, but issues of moral or ethical concern are almost always more powerful when they're self-inflicted. Let President Trump rope-a-dope with MAGA on the Jeffrey Epstein case and don't get in the mud. So to me, it's pretty fascinating because I've got the latest odds here. Phil just brought this into me during the last break. The New York Post, and this is courtesy of Polymarket, which we've brought up before in the past. They have J.D. Vance as a shoo-in to win the 2028 presidential election. To win.
Wow.
They think Vance has a chance.
Okay.
Odds for the 2028 election revealed by Polymarket show that J.D. Vance is the front runner at 27%, a 27% chance to be the next commander-in-chief. Next, in second place, a distant second place, surprisingly, is Gavin Newsom, but at 14%. AOC at 10%. Mayor Pete at 8%. Marco Rubio, little Marco, he's not big Marco.
Yep.
He's graduated. He's big Marco. Secretary of State Rubio, 6%. Shapiro, 5%. And then, oh boy, Ron DeSantis, this isn't good, buddy.
Uh-oh.
You're tied with Kamala.
Oh boy.
At 4%.
Ouch.
That's expired mustard.
Does mustard expire?
Eventually, I think it does.
Here's the thing about this, and Nick, I love the betting markets. You can talk to me about betting markets forever. I love it. But for them to seriously,
It's worthless as a poll.
100%. Like JD Vance, we have no idea what's going to happen in the next 2 years.
Right.
We have no idea.
But we at least know, and I think the point of the conversation the way I look at it is, we at least know if a Republican's going to win, in all likelihood, it will be J.D. Vance. DeSantis, certainly, I think, still viable as far as delivering, producing results, policy, quirkiness, his style, little odd, little overcoached. But the Democrats, it's just a hodgepodge, and you don't even really know the direction you want to go in.
Yep.
Is it a socialist agenda? Is it a progressive agenda? None of these people, to the point of Carville's own words, there's no savior that's going to drop down from the political afterlife in heavens and say, hey, I'm the next Bill Clinton. I'm the next Barack Obama. Say what you want about those two individuals, both two-term presidents, and you look at the ability to be a great orator, the charisma, what you're talking about specifically with Carville or Hunter Biden with the curse. They need their own Donald Trump, which is why, and he's not even on the list, but you need something, and I'm not saying it will be him because it is a total wild card and a complete long shot. You need somebody like a Stephen A. Smith. You need somebody that can resonate, connect, and break out of this. Republicans were so done with the Bushes and the Cheneys and the Romneys. We were exhausted. Give us something different. Along comes Donald Trump. That's where the Democrats are right now, and I don't know who you can identify to find. I know what you need stylistically. I just don't know who that individual is.
What's going to be interesting is I'm going to play a clip for you in about 10 minutes. CNN went out and did like a man on the street type interview in New York City to find Mondami voters. Would you be shocked that a lot of the Mondami voters they found were also Donald Trump voters?
Really?
Yep.
So I would not be surprised.
Yep.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're looking for something different,
Yep.
but also they're impacted by social media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he's become a sensation on social media. He's got the energy. But
we don't even know what the political parties are going to look like in 2 years.
Right.
You know what I mean? Let alone who's the front runner.
Well, wait a minute. I know what the political party as far as Republicans look like, but as far as Democrats, when you look at Mamdani and you listen to what he wants, he did want defund the police, but he wants everything free.
Well, he wants to abolish prisons.
Abolish the prisons and the grocery stores. Everything's free. And that's why they call him a communist, but he says he's a Democrat socialist. But I think he's saying the quiet part out loud. The reason the Democrats and progressives love him is that I think what he says is what they all genuinely deep down want.
Really? You believe a lot of these people want a socialist lifestyle?
Yes, I do.
Well, yes, in the fact that a lot of those old school Democrats are gone. You know what I mean? So, yes, I do believe this new crop breed of Gen Z Dem voters are on the Mondami camp.
Yeah.
But this is where it could come back to bite them in the ass, is you have so many people that have come to this country fleeing and escaping socialism because they have the dreams and aspirations of what capitalism provides. They better be careful because a lot of people don't want to live like. So you're defending all these illegal aliens. They left.
Nick, he doesn't have their vote. He has the white woke vote.
Yes.
But wait,
the rich white kids in Manhattan love him. Yes.
Who've been spoiled and coddled and they don't really work. And so that's a piece of it. And so here's the real question that shocks me with Mamdani. And that's why I didn't even talk about him. At first I thought, are you kidding me? Like, this can't be true. But he's like legit. And so, I mean, if you look at the polls, if you believe the polls. And so the question is that I can't believe how stupid these people are, because this guy, his last job, look at his job as a council member. He could have done all these things. He didn't do any of these things.
But define
and
legit.
as mayor, the final thing I'm going to say really quick here, as mayor, and that's what Adams is saying, he can't do any of these things. The mayor has no power to implement these plans.
Yeah.
So he's just BSing and riffing and can't do any of these things.
But define legit, because to me, he is the byproduct of, well, what are my other options? Eric Adams. I'm talking if I'm a New York City registered voter. Well, I've done the Eric Adams thing. Didn't really work out great. I'm certainly not interested in Andrew Cuomo. I know Kathy Hochul's the governor, but you're not necessarily looking at a talent pool of people that really inspire you or motivate you to get out to the ballots and vote at the polls for all of these hacks that they've already, it's like the retread in sports. You're like, we tried this, it didn't work. Well, I guess I'll go with the new thing, even though the new thing might not be what I really want. And I think the Democrats have to be careful, because what they have done in the radicalizing of Donald Trump and the fear-mongering and the fear porn is they've branded him as such a super right-wing madman. But we've talked about it. You look at his policies, he's part Ronald Reagan in the 80s. He's part Bill Clinton and Obama 90s, 2000s, especially on illegal immigration, deportations, sealing off the border. And so ask yourself, when you look at Trump's policies, are they really super, super right-wing, or are they old Democrat policies from 30 years ago? But you have the left. They've gone so far left that they think they need to go even further left in resistance to Trump, going further from progressivism, not back towards the middle, not working your way back right, but going even further left, which reiterates my belief on the Democrats. The best chance, and they probably won't get it because he's Jewish and he's not pro-Gaza, pro-Hamas, all this other nonsense. is Josh Shapiro. To me, the Democrats' best chance is to return to sanity and be somewhere between old school liberalism and moderate Democrats. And that's what somewhere Josh Shapiro falls into. I think in resistance to Trump, they've gone so far to the left, which we all know, but it's actually come back to sabotage them because they actually believe Trump is further right than he really is. Trump's not a conservative. Anybody that thinks Donald Trump is a conservative needs to reevaluate their understanding of politics.
Well, I think President Trump got the vote of the working man, the working person, if you will. And that was always, Democrats were the union party, the party of the blue collar worker. With President Trump, and now you think about this push that Trump was just here in Pennsylvania with Senator McCormick. I interviewed him yesterday. So because of AI and because of all the energy changes and all of the technological changes, we've got a real problem in this country because we don't have enough guys and gals who can fix stuff. Like every guy in the Stensland family, in my family, and Greg knows this, I tease about this. I just thought growing up, all men knew how to fix stuff.
No, Greg and I can't do his thing. Greg and I can't assemble anything.
Yeah,
Not a damn thing.
Like my nephew, Riley Stensland, he could an old school car, they bought this old car. He took apart the car in the driveway and put it back together.
Yep.
Like a Lego thing.
Yep.
That's how all the men in my brother, electrical, plumbing, like all this stuff. So I just thought men like that was in your DNA.
It's not. No. Thank you.
Was I wrong?
Thank you, Dawn. No, it's not. It's not. It's not in our DNAs.
So when I say my guys, and I'm talking about Marvin E. Cans or whatever, I love these men because
they're actual men.
I felt thank God my husband can't listen to me right now. But do you know what I'm saying? We need those men. So that's where right now the Trump administration and our country, by the way, we need 500,000 new electricians.
Yeah.
Across the nation right now, just electricians, guys who can build stuff. And so that's awesome for the country. But Trump, I think, has that vote. So there's this whole revolution happening. And I think Trump really, captured that vote, which used to be the Dems.
Yeah. Marcus Aurelius says you guys should offer Hunter Biden a regular weekly appearance on Kayal and Company.
He'd be great.
Oh,
He'd be absolutely great. By the way, I have more from Hunter Biden where he reminisces about the joys of crack. He also takes Nancy Pelosi to the woodshed and says what his father was actually on. He was actually on something during the debate. He reveals what that was, and we will get into that in the cut sheet next.
I'll tease this, too. The White House has removed something or someone from the press pool. So I should have had that in news, but I'll just give you a tease.
All right. Kayal and Company, the cut sheet is coming up next.
And Bob Costas at 9:15.
I know, we're just getting warmed up, baby.
I know.
Piazza Acura, they've got exciting news. It's unbelievable for them right now because Acura was just named America's best value luxury brand. It's Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards, and that means top performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable style, all with the long-term value that you can trust. I told you for about 12 years I had a little Acura ILX. Boy, that thing after 12 years and 205,000 miles, still worth over $4,000. Traded it in at Piazza Auto. Got my new Ridgeline. I'm telling you, Acura, they hold their value. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and for your dollar. Your bottom line. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, and you can shop online for special offers right now. PiazzaAcura.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
With the stock market high, but uncertainty surrounding the economy and politics casting a shadow on the future, people who've been invested in the market for 20, 30, or even 40 years are asking, when should I get off the market? This week's expert report outlines the rule of 100. It's a proven rule of thumb to follow to make sure you're financially secure throughout your retirement. Many people simply stay the course on the market at the recommendation of their broker, but the rule of 100 has been guiding investors safely through retirement for decades. The rule of 100 works as follows. Take your age, subtract it from 100. The number you get is the highest percentage of your nest egg that should be invested in stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. For example, if you're 80 years old, you should have no more than 20% of your money in the stock market. The other 80% should be in safer alternatives found within the financial life insurance industry, which can credit market-like returns as interest and protect you from Wall Street's risk, fees, and corruption. Why is this rule so important? The older you are, the less time you have to wait for the market to recover from a drop. Your working years are behind you, and you're more dependent on that retirement nest egg to sustain your lifestyle. Yet many people in or near retirement aren't aware of the rule of 100 because their brokers know that it would guide their clients to those safe alternatives that don't pay them high commissions and fees. Seek out a retirement phase expert who has the expertise in utilizing safe alternatives to Wall Street that will allow you to enjoy your golden years with peace of mind. After all, you've worked a lifetime for your retirement nest egg, you've earned it for a lifetime, and the rule of 100 will make sure you keep it for a lifetime.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal & Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal & Company, 750. The cut sheet coming up in moments. But how about a prize?
What?
Just out of the goodness of our hearts.
Wait, no, we're 5 minutes late to the cut sheet. What are we doing?
Sometimes we have to take a little detour.
Oh, come on.
Dave Matthews Band tickets are coming up still with the Morning Mystery Movie Clip in just about 2 hours.
9:50.
That's correct.
Yep.
But right now, if you are caller 12 at 855-839-1210.
Caller 12.
That's right. A pair of VIP tickets to the next installment of Politics and Pints.
What?
With political commentator and Fox News contributor, very smart dude, Gianno Caldwell, which is going to be hosted by Zioli, coming up on Thursday, July 31st.
We're giving away VIP tickets? Who signed off on this?
I know.
Who signed off on this?
Some insane madman that took off on the bike over the Ben Franklin Bridge.
Thank you.
Like he was Evel Knievel. 9 days from now, July 31st, you know it well, the Zlock Performing Arts Center.
Zlock.
It's the campus of Bucks County Community College, Newtown, PA. One night only event promises a raw, real, and timely discussion on personal loss, the future of American politics, and what it takes to heal a nation. Right now, caller 12, 855-839-1210. You are off to see Gianno Caldwell, Rich Zioli, another installment of Politics and Pints.
Man.
I like the Pints element for sure.
I know you do.
Get your tickets today, 1210WPHT.com. Let's find out what we have on a Tuesday cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday? No sponsor. Okay.
You really talk like that in real life, Greg?
I love it. I absolutely love it. By the way, you mentioned me taking off from the Ben Franklin Bridge. Phil, I believe you have a video of me taking... Dawn, would you like to see me pedaling up the Ben Franklin Bridge? Look at this.
The rear view.
Look at
Greg.
this. There's my ace.
Yeah. There he goes.
Look at me.
Was this spliced
Looking
together
good.
like the Epstein footage? Is there 2 minutes and 53 seconds missing?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. There I am, taking off, dusting everybody else.
In your Jordans.
My Air Jordans.
In your retro 4s.
Good. This
Thank
is
you.
cool.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some people dusting me too, but
yeah,
as is
yeah.
Yeah.
Can I be a chauvinistic, sexist pig for just a moment?
Sure.
Speaking of the bike ride, did you notice a couple of times just throughout the ride as you're, passing people or they're passing you? Did you ever notice, and I noticed this a few times, where I would come up on somebody and it was a real thick lady.
Oh, boy.
And I would be like, wait a minute. How was she ever ahead of me?
Yeah.
She
has better stamina than you.
And there was also some very thick, fat dudes, fatter than yours truly, out in front that I passed, and I'm like, I never saw any of these people go by me in the first place.
Road Warrior says my cadence, and that is horrible. I love
Knees in.
That's why he's my Svengali, because I was able to do it because of his training and helping me out and being like, dude, your cadence sucks. Keep going.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't pull any punches.
Mm-hmm.
Road Warrior is
a
very
professional
fit
biker.
for,
Very professional biker. You know what I mean? Does like triathlons and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right. More people care about. Oh wait, hang on. Should we take the winner?
Oh, I didn't know we were taking one there. We've got Paul.
Paul.
Bucks County. Paul, good morning. You're on your way to Politics and Pints. How about that, pal?
Hey, awesome. I was with you guys on the bike ride on
Wait, hang on.
that Sunday.
Oh, nope. Hey, guys.
Yes.
Phones are not working. Guys, phones are not working. Okay? Phones. How are we going to do a talk show without phones?
Well,
Phones!
We don't need calls on this station or this show, actually.
Phones are not working.
Sports guys wouldn't know what to do if the phones crash.
All right, speaking of not working, Hunter Biden. In some of just the excerpts from the interview that he did with Channel 5, the YouTube channel. He also did another show too. He was
I saw that.
Yeah, he was on he did the circuit yesterday, the podcast circuit.
Mm-hmm.
He reminisces about the joys of crack. So why don't we start with for those of us, and I'm sure it's everybody or the majority of people in this audience who've never done crack. Hunter Biden tells us about how you do crack. How you make crack.
Okay.
So we can live vicariously.
We can exchange recipes. I'll tell them how I make a vodka cranberry.
Roll it.
No. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Well, because they think cocaine, Scarface, very cool. Crack cocaine, they think The Wire.
oh, in that sense, oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
You know,
Like, they don't know how
absolutely, yeah.
similar the chemical compounds are.
Well, the only difference between crack cocaine and cocaine is sodium bicarbonate and water and heat. Literally,
That's it?
That's it.
And those things are pretty much free if you go to, like, a science store.
This is free. You can go to your neighborhood convenience store and just get
Anyway, I don't want to tell people how to make crack cocaine, but it literally is a mayonnaise jar of cocaine and baking soda.
How different is the experience?
It's vastly different. And like for real, I feel really reluctant to kind of have some euphoric discussion. I know you're not asking me to do that, but have some euphoric discussion about crack cocaine.
I think this might be kind of the opposite here.
Okay, no, it's the exact opposite. I'm saying I don't want to have the experience of some euphoric recall. That's how powerful crack cocaine is. Does crack cocaine make you act any differently? No. Is it safer than alcohol? Probably. People think of crack as being dirty. It's the exact opposite. When you make crack, what you're doing is you're burning off all the impurities so that it combines with the sodium bicarbonate, which makes it smokable. That's all. You know, all of these actors and, you know, people in the past that talked about they had a problem with cocaine and freebasing. They were smoking crack.
So straw on the stove is the same thing?
Not exactly, but close to it. But it's a little bit different.
Guys,
but anyway.
Guys, I was fascinated by every word of that.
Yeah. Yeah, and then when you use the crack pipe, your teeth will go to hell, and then you can have a $40,000 dental procedure called cosmetic veneers and have a beautiful smile like Hunter Biden does now.
Crack cocaine is a highly addictive, dangerous stimulant.
I've heard.
Yep, I've heard.
He talks so fast.
I know
that it's hard to imagine him on crack.
I mean, look,
accelerated.
I have no proof to back this up, but I've known people in my life that have done cocaine, and they usually talk fast.
Mm-hmm.
And he has struggled with drug addiction. He seemed to me like he was zooted yesterday.
Yeah,
but, you know.
I mean, he's going off. I mean, F-bomb after that. It's amazing. The only time he isn't cursing is when he's talking about his old vice.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great point.
That's a really good point.
That's a great point.
Unbelievable.
But I will say this, I always wonder because we talk about prescription medication. And so I suspect that he's on perhaps a prescription medication, which can also be addictive and not good for your heart and your organs and stuff like that. You know?
Everything can be addictive.
Yeah.
Right?
But I always wonder if because, you know, the kids when they were very young were with their mom in a vehicle, a big car vehicle strikes the vehicle, kills their mom, kills little sister, and the two sons survive but were injured. So he was like 2 years old.
Yeah.
And I always do wonder in those kinds of situations
How much that affected him?
Well, not only how much, yes, emotionally, of course, having witnessed that as a small child and the trauma, but also if he was treated in the hospital, needed surgeries and that sort of thing, he had to have had an IV and different medications. And I always do wonder the long-term impact.
Well, I mean, addiction's a real issue in this country, and it goes beyond what you typically think of, whether it's, you know, smoking cigarettes or hardcore drugs or alcohol. I mean, you have sex addicts out there. You have people addicted to social media.
Everybody is addicted to social media.
You have gambling addicts. I mean, it goes on down the list here. It's not just the vices that can kill you and cost a lot of money and all that other stuff. So, yeah, we are a society, I think, of the inability to control whatever we crave.
This is a different show he was on. This is the At Our Table podcast. Not sure what that is, but you can find it on YouTube. Hat tip to them, just giving courtesy and naming rights for that. But he admits that Nancy Pelosi was the one who drove his dad out of the race. Roll it, Phil. Oh, hang on. Start it over.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity, okay?
Start it over. Okay. Go.
And you would have the Speaker Emeritus that would say, well, you know, I'm going to leave it up to, but I don't know. And they had already made a decision. They had clearly made a decision. And when I say they, I mean the Speaker. And, you know, I heard Alexander Pelosi say something, call my mom, like, put your big girl pants on to my mom or something. And I kind of feel like saying, who the do you think you are? I would never speak about your mom that way.
Yeah.
I would never speak about your father that way. I would never insult your parents that way. Even to this day, I would never.
You know, it's amazing. I've been saying for years that the woke will always devour each other, and this is what's happening. Just remember, even though it's funny I mean, Pelosi, Schumer, all of these people, they were in on protecting Hunter and protecting Joe from the big bad wolf that was Donald Trump. To me, honestly, Hunter Biden should be grateful to all of those losers in the swamp on the left that protected him all of those years and said, oh, the Hunter's laptop. It's Hunter's laptop. It's fake news. And now he's torching everybody, which I love. But it also confirms that the left will devour their own when the S hits the fan.
Yeah, well, they weren't protecting him. They were protecting themselves and their career politician jobs.
Yep.
So Hunter did admit that Joe Biden was on something during the infamous debate with Donald Trump last June.
Can we guess what it is before we hear it? Throw out our guesses as to what Hunter claims it is?
Only if you haven't seen this.
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to say he's going to say he was on Dimetap or Robitussin.
Nope.
Okay.
We're going on the honor system, so if you've seen this, don't answer.
Nope.
I saw it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for being honest. 26, Phil. You have it there? 26.
It was too much Allegra.
He's 81 years old. He's tired as shit. They give him Ambien to be able to sleep. He gets up on the stage, and he looks like he's a deer in the headlights. And it feeds into every story that anybody wants to tell. And Jake Tapper with literally how many anonymous sources. If this was a conspiracy, Andrew, you know this, somehow the entirety of a White House in which you literally living on top of each other has kept their mouth shut about, like what? And what's conspiracy?
Yeah.
That Joe Biden got old? Yeah, he got old. He got old before our eyes.
So Ambien treats or can treat insomnia. Side effects include diarrhea. Okay. So that explains the Tootsie Roll at the Vatican, right? The hiccups, nausea, headache disorder, dizziness. That would explain Joe falling off of a bike, tripping over a sandbag, fatigue, and drowsiness. I guess that's it. Well, he was just on Ambien.
I have to tell you guys that, Ambien is for people, my wife is an insomniac. She cannot sleep to save her life for anything.
Wow.
And she won't go on any drugs or anything like that. She just deals with it.
I don't blame her.
But Joe Biden, in my opinion, is not, he looks half asleep all the time.
Right.
He never, to me, sounded like somebody who's Trump, I would say, is a guy who probably has a hard time sleeping.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Sleeps 4 hours a night.
Bill Clinton was probably a guy that had a hard time sleeping. Those guys, in my opinion, do not need. There's no shot in my mind.
Yep.
No chance in my mind that Joe Biden needed Ambien to sleep.
I agree.
None.
I agree. The only person that sleeps better than Joe Biden is yours truly.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
And I take naps.
Do you believe him?
No.
No. So what do you guys think it was then? If it's not Ambien, what would he? It's certainly not cocaine, right? We know he's not coked up. Lawrence Taylor back in the day for the Giants was a coke addict, and it was like a stimulant to the point where it was borderline steroid performance enhancing drugs. Made him play football for 3 hours like a complete psycho.
No, I don't think he was on anything. I think he was off something, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
So
he was off of what? What do you think it was?
I don't know. Whatever they were injecting him with.
To give him those bursts?
Yep.
So
they did not do that.
So they sabotaged him. They sent him out there in his natural state.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go down that road. Sure.
I mean,
the
Democrats will do a lot of things.
I just don't buy Ambien. He's normally Trump used to call him Sleepy Joe.
Yeah.
He's normally boring and looks like he's half asleep. There's no way he needs Ambien.
Well, the question needs to be asked to Jill, because you can't ask Joe. Joe doesn't know that today's Tuesday. So you have to ask Dr. Jill.
Yeah.
And Dr. Jill, there's no doubt in my mind, with her desire to remain in that position, that she would absolutely sign off on Joe being injected with whatever, perhaps, and I'm just throwing it out here, even not telling her husband honestly what they're giving him. I think that's how much Jill was in on it. I know, Dawn, you're probably going to disagree with that.
I think that I don't know if it was Ambien, but it does make sense to me, because he had just traveled and they knew this was a big debate. And so did he ask for something, or did he change his medication? So if you think about an elderly person in your life, even a change up in their medication impacts them
100%.
and takes them longer to get acclimated to it. That's what makes sense.
Do you agree with me, Dawn, though, that there's no chance that a Joe Biden needs Ambien to sleep?
Well, I agree with you that I would never recommend any of that stuff to anybody, not Joe Biden or anybody. I don't really believe in that.
Nope.
As somebody who takes 0 prescription medication. And I always talk about my dad, 90 years old, doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, takes 0 prescription medications because my dad just thinks it affects you. It affects your brain. Just don't take it. And so I always look to him. So I think that if somebody gave him something thinking they were helping him out before the debate, they probably hurt him in that sense.
Yep.
With somebody who already was, people of what's it called, sundowners or whatever. So I don't know. But look, a son defending his dad, he gets away with a lot here because he's mad.
Sure,
he's mad at all these disloyal Dems who just stabbed his dad in the back and sucked up to him all those years and just basically threw him off to the side, like the video earlier of one illegal alien throwing another one at the hospital, just dumping his limp body. That's basically, that's basically what the Democrats did to somebody who
Hunter is pissed,
and he's mad.
Yep. I like a mad Hunter. This is, he's unhinged, but it's good radio. It's
I
good
love
TV.
Unhinged.
Absolutely.
855-839-1210. From unhinged Greg Stocker to a more hinged Greg in the Northeast.
Oh, the phones are working.
Hello, Greg. How are you, bud?
I'm doing great. How are you? First of all, the Biden thing, doesn't matter if he was on Ambien, if he was on cocaine, speed. This is Joe Biden. He was brain damaged, just flat brain damage. His brain is no good. 3 Easters ago, the Easter Bunny had to rescue him off the Easter roll. Remember that? He shook hands with air. He was shaking hands with air, talking to dead other leaders. But, so it doesn't matter what he's on, he's nuts. But the son, how long is it before now legacy media starts tearing into, the drug addicted
They're already
son?
doing it. They're already doing it.
Wow, are they really?
Yes. I saw reports yesterday by some prominent, Democrats and some prominent media people that were just like, dude, you need to go away. Ezra Klein and
really?
Chris, whatever his name.
From the Times?
Not Chris Hayes. It was one of those other nerds with glasses.
Nerds with glasses.
Chris Aliza. Yeah, they were all just like, oh, this guy needs to go away. Stop. Blah 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 blah.
I would have bet $1 million that I can't afford to have or afford to lose, and I'll never have in my lifetime anyway. That they would not touch Hunter because they would claim that he's an addict, and you're once an addict, you're always an addict, and he's off limits.
I mean, you heard this. You heard it when Jake Tapper and what's his nuts did those media tours.
Yeah, Alex Thompson.
Jake Tapper ripped into Hunter Biden.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
ripped into him. It was like, even so much. And I know this is really the genesis of Hunter's bitterness is that everybody loves Bo. Mm-hmm. Everybody loved Bo. He was like the ugly duckling kid.
He's Jan Brady. He was the
one that everybody forgot. Nobody cared about. You know what I mean? So when Jake Tapper and those guys go out and be like, "Oh, we loved Bo. Bo should have been the president. Joe should have been the governor. Whatever it was." Mm-hmm. And then Jake Tapper was basically like, "We have no use for Hunter."
Yeah.
And statements like that is what sticks under Hunter's crawl because he still has not gotten. I mean, he banged his widow. You know what I mean?
I've seen it firsthand. My in-laws have 4 kids.
Yeah.
The oldest, the son, is 43. He's a little younger than you, Stocker. He is the guy that's going to take over the family small business. The youngest, my sister-in-law, Alora, has Down syndrome. So, there's obviously limitations on what she can do. My wife was the straight A student, varsity cheer captain, the whole charade. And then in there between her and her brother is another brother, Scotty, who always got the wrath from the parents. They were always breathing down his neck, giving him guff. A lot of it, he brought on himself. But I'm telling you, you're better off in either a brother-sister relationship with two siblings or being a lonely child. Because when it becomes 3 and 4 and you could become like stuck in the middle, right? It's the Jan Brady syndrome.
Well, he's the Tiffany Trump of the of the Biden family. Nobody knows or cares about him. But think about like just to sit on lay on a therapist chair for 1 second, and the level of depravity that this dude and just wanting to be his brother so bad that after his brother died, he was with his brother's widow.
Yeah.
Like that is next level sick.
Yeah.
That is next level sick.
I can't pull that off. There's just no way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, I mean, you talk about having no conscience. That's cold-blooded.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And how long was the gap between when
I
Bo
don't know.
died?
It's still, it just
I
shows
know.
to me, it just shows me that this guy was just, he wanted to be his brother so bad.
I'm just saying, if you slide in real quick, it's even worse. Right? Like, you didn't even wait for Bo to be buried, and you were already taking her out on a date.
The body's not even cold yet.
Right. Good God.
Well, remember that Beau Biden served in the military. Hunter did not.
Well, Joe thinks that Bo died in Iraq.
Can we so Dershowitz was on one of those shows, Newsmax or News Nation or one of those yesterday. And he's claiming that Ghislaine Maxwell deserves to be released from prison.
Okay.
Wow. This is a stunning turn of events.
Well, I don't know how you can be trafficking minors convicted of it and then be released.
Well, he explains why. This is cut 29, Phil. I mean, look, you know how I feel about the Dersh, but this is. Do we not have this?
No.
What is this?
I should correct something I said since you're amid this technical thing. Hunter Biden had an administrative discharge from the Navy Reserve after a positive drug test. So he did try to go into the military, into the reserves, like Beau, but he had a positive drug test.
This is with Eric Bowling on Newsmax. I always like to give credit.
Should Ghislaine Maxwell
All right, sorry.
be behind bars?
She shouldn't be, but she is. She is really serving Jeffrey Epstein's sentence after he committed suicide. There was no one else to prosecute because there was no real information against anybody else. And so they went after her and they sentenced her.
Hang on, and start it over. So his claim is that she is serving Jeffrey Epstein's sentence and she deserves to be released? Well, that is a different picture that's been painted in this story, hasn't it?
That's very strange.
That is very strange to me, isn't it?
Yeah. I at this point, I'm starting to lose. Not that I think he's a great human, but I'm starting to question some of Dershowitz's
motives.
Not motives, but where he's coming at things from a legal perspective.
Well, yeah, you know, he's.
I know he's the Dersh, and everybody bows down to him for legal analysis.
Well, people loved him. People loved him because he was a lifelong Democrat.
Yeah.
But then he switched to Trump.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it became, Alan Dershowitz is the topmost authority on legal expert and this, that, and the other.
It's the fame of being involved in the OJ case.
We trot him out like he's, the second coming, but like he's had some shady dealings. You know what I mean? Like, look, everybody deserves a defense, but like OJ, Jeff Epstein, I mean, he's not exactly defending the creme de la creme of society.
Right.
Ghislaine Maxwell, according to all accounts from these young victims, hung out, and this is really creepy and horrible, outside schools, middle schools and high schools. Profiled and watched for girls who were in vulnerable situations, maybe a broken family, something is happening with the parents are going through a divorce, a parent just died. And she would befriend those girls, and then she would say, I work, and she was a well-dressed, well-educated, attractive, British accent, and she would befriend these girls and say, I'm a role model, I'm just, trying to help you out, I can pay you a lot of money, and training people to be something like an assistant or a massage therapist or that sort of thing. I work for a very wealthy individual. And so she was the bridge, she was the conduit, the pathway between schools. I mean, you think about a creepazoid predator outside of school.
She was a scout and a recruiter.
Everything Dawn is saying is 100% correct.
Yeah.
And that was Epstein never would have had that access to these young girls.
We played a clip last week, at the end of last week, of one of the victims, like actually 2 or 3 of the victims, who put the blame directly on Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah.
Directly on her.
Well, now there's
this little troll is saying, "Oh, she needs to be released."
I think you call them a nerd with glasses.
Do we know his marital status, Don Stensland? Do we know if Dersh is married or kids?
He says he's married with kids.
Okay. Interesting.
So there's news that just came out a couple of minutes ago. According to many people on X, Attorney General Pam Bondi has ordered the DOJ to immediately get in contact with Ghislaine Maxwell, quote, about anyone who has committed crimes against victims. Quote, I anticipate meeting with Ms. Maxwell in the coming days. Until now, no administration on behalf of the department had inquired about her willingness to meet with the government. That changes now, says Deputy AG Todd Blanche. Quote, President Trump has told us to release all credible evidence. If Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims, the FBI and the DOJ will hear what she has to say.
Interesting.
Well, there you go.
So Ghislaine Maxwell, by the way, is currently in prison, incarcerated in a low-security prison in Tallahassee, Florida. And her release date is set for 2037. Convicted of sex trafficking, conspiracy, all of that with abuse of underage girls.
Interesting. 2037. Could also be my expiration date.
Would you stop? Don't say that.
Sorry.
All right, let's start this clip over again. It turns my stomach.
Should Ghislaine Maxwell be behind bars?
She shouldn't be, but she is. She is really serving Jeffrey Epstein's sentence after he committed suicide. There was no one else to prosecute because there was no real information against anybody else. And so they went after her and they sentenced her to a sentence that would have been appropriate for Epstein, but not at all appropriate for her. And so she's appealing now, and I hope the appeal will be granted. She deserves to be out.
Why is this such a difficult thing to see, this list or not list, or it doesn't matter if it's Jeffrey Epstein prepared list.
If you're Eric Bolling, and pause it there. If you're Eric Bolling, you don't follow up on that question?
I know. It's
like,
terrible.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if he scripts his questions and was just moving down to the next one.
Wasn't listening.
I don't,
Yeah.
I mean, my God. Like, really, dude? She deserves, she's serving as, like, she was his pimp.
Well, I mean, 4 women came out and testified against her saying she did X, Y, or Z.
Yes. And she was in the room or allegedly participated in some of it. Like, it wasn't just, she wasn't just an innocent bystander who's serving his sentence.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous from Dershowitz.
I do find it interesting that Bondi and Blanche are sitting here saying that no other previous administration from a DOJ perspective or the FBI was willing to go and talk to the only person in jail for this heinous set and series of acts.
Yep.
Right? You've got Jeffrey. She's out of the country. She's now dead by suicide. Epstein, he's dead by suicide. She's in the joint in Florida. And nobody is like, oh, I guess, we've heard what she had to say. We've heard what people said under oath when they were testifying. Nothing to see here. I would assume, if it was me, if I was in a position like the DOJ and I'm a part of a new administration and there's a lot of public interest in this story and a lot of I's to be dotted and T's to be crossed, allegedly, I would want to go down to that facility and speak with her. Why would you not? Just out of sheer curiosity. As a person that's interested in the story, much less whether or not you can actually do anything moving forward with releasing files and names and lists.
So what's curious to me is the timing. So today is July 22nd. On July 14th, the DOJ, and looking at this, Ghislaine Maxwell filed a Supreme Court appeal.
She did, yep.
Remember that?
Yep.
Trying to argue that she should be covered by Epstein's controversial plea deal. So Ghislaine Maxwell never before had, I guess, offered to speak out like this. But now she's in the appeal process. So basically it's like throwing spaghetti at the wall. I think Elaine Maxwell and her attorneys are trying every which way to try to, I don't know, wiggle loose from this conviction. Dershowitz, you know what he sounds to me? He sounds to me like the typical defense attorney. That's what he's a defense attorney.
Yep.
He was Epstein's guy, and now he's trying to be Ghislaine's guy. But why? She did horror. I mean, unless you don't want to believe the victims, and there were, like Greg said, they testified. If you watch all the documentaries from back in the day, like everybody consistently says that Ghislaine Maxwell not only went to the schools, waited outside. Just picture that creepy image right there. Girls as young as 10 years old, that's the allegation, and groomed these girls, and then would pressure the girl who's now in a horrible situation, would pressure her to say, well, you'll get a cushier gig and I'll pay you more if you can recruit other younger girls.
Yeah.
It's going to be wild when we hear that she wants to testify and a date is not scheduled, and then we find out that she kills herself in her cell.
Well, actually, somebody came out yesterday, and let me get the quote correct because I don't want to misquote this. But I saw a headline yesterday that said the Daily Mail, Ghislaine Maxwell is not suicidal and spends her days behind bars quietly helping educate fellow inmates, according to her former cellmate. So
everybody's not suicidal until they die by suicide.
It's interesting to me that they're putting that out there now, that's saying she's not suicidal. Just like Virginia Jeffrey put out a thing that says, I am not suicidal. If anything happens to me, I am not, I am of sound mind.
I believe that was 2019.
She put the tweet out,
And then we heard, was it earlier this year or the end of 24?
Nick, it was just this past spring.
Okay, this past spring that she got in the, what was it? She got hit by a bus?
Yep.
Okay, but that she didn't die from that.
Nope.
And then
was hospitalized.
She committed suicide after that.
Right.
Yep.
And by the way, I should have said this yesterday because it's kind of important. I spoke with somebody over the weekend. I'm not going to give any other details, but I trust this individual and I respect their opinions based on what they've done for a living. And I brought up the Epstein conversation in general. And obviously there's two parts of this. There's the list, the names, the file, and then, of course, the death of Epstein. And this individual told me, yes, he died by suicide. I've seen the autopsy. I've seen the files. Nothing nefarious. Dude killed himself. End of story. And he was not interested in the general story of it at all. And it's interesting because there's a lot of people that rank this very low on their priority list. Yet there's a small vocal base that will on both sides.
It lives on social media.
That live on social media that won't let this go.
Yep. And now because they see this as a kind of split in MAGA, the media now is when they could not have cared less about it 4 years ago. Are like it's like wall-to-wall coverage on CNN, MSNBC, all that stuff.
Of course.
So it's just you see both sides of this, and you're just like, ugh.
Yep.
It's just this is why people detest the media and detest politicians because they're all the effing same. Every single one of them are the same.
Yep.
Screw you. All right, play a little bit more of this little troll.
We're the people who are participating in this discussing these acts, right? So why can't we just see them, Alan? Why is it is this national security risks or what is it?
I wish I were free to give you some names, but I'm not. I'm under a court order. But the court can make those lists available, and all the Justice Department has to do is say, look, this is 25 years ago. The time has come for history to prevail. And please unredact the names. Let the names come forward. And some of the names, you'll be surprised. You've never heard of them. Ho-hum. This is just obscure people who were accused. Whether they were accused correctly or not, we just don't know.
Is there, let me ask this. I clearly there has to be a common thread of powerful, whether it's rich and powerful, maybe, but powerful at the very least, rich, powerful celebrity. Again, I'm trying to figure out, now we've had a Democrat President Biden and a Republican President Trump, and we're still not getting the list, and we've been promised this list for decades.
of one name that has been suppressed, and it's somebody nobody's ever heard of. He wasn't powerful at all. He was an obscure guy. He was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein, and he was accused. The other names on the list are people who knew Epstein but didn't do anything wrong. David Copperfield, Bill Gates, Donald Trump. Donald Trump knew him, but there's no allegation he did anything wrong. Bill Clinton, we know that he knew Epstein, and Epstein, he flew.
I get another.
So it's a bunch of random dudes that, if released, the American public will be like, who? Huh? Never heard of them. I don't buy that. Don't buy it at all. I think there's big names on there. Yeah, maybe not to the point where the names that live on social media with fake concocted list of celebrities. But it would not surprise me if a major politician, in fact, I believe firmly, no proof, just my gut feeling, there's a major politician on there. There's a major Hollywood person, and there is somebody foreign as well. I know, Dawn, you've talked about you going over across the pond. I think there's I would be stunned if there's not at least 2 or 3 like jaw-dropping names.
Maxwell herself, if you look up her father and her history, so she grew up as a wealthy socialite in the UK, and her dad allegedly had ties to the Mossad and was allegedly some kind of an access agent. So there's all this information out there that's public information about her father and her connections. But she grew up very wealthy and very privileged, highly educated individual. And I am shocked that Dershowitz would say she should not be in prison, because she, by all accounts and by a conviction, she was complicit in human sex trafficking of girls and young women. That's sick, and I think that's wrong. And I think what we don't talk about enough is that there are still missing, like, hundreds of thousands of missing kids who are believed to be human trafficked in this country. It's a huge issue. We talked about it with the Sound of Freedom. And right now, I think that's why I support the border control, the Tom Homan issues and the Trump issues, to try to crack down on these individuals who are involved in the human trafficking, sex trafficking, child sex trafficking. And Ghislaine Maxwell is a face that we can attach to that kind of trafficking, because what we have to admit amongst ourselves, allegedly, reportedly, America is like the number one demand for this sick trade, right? Yep. And we have to crack down on it and have zero tolerance for it.
All right, the late night shows addressed the Colbert incident as well as himself. Also, what's going on the Ocean City Boardwalk with a piece of pizza?
Oh, no!
Don Stensland. We're going to get to all of that. Plus, Bob Costas coming up at 9:15. We will get to all of that next. Nick, talk to us about Bucks County Estate Traders.
Absolutely. Just about 23 days away. We'll be in the new house, completely furnished, thanks to our buddies at Bucks County Estate Traders. My guy, Matt Stanella, the owner. Because the truth is, they don't make furniture like they used to. You go to these big corporate stores, it's all cheap, mass-produced junk, or maybe there's some good stuff, but it's super, super expensive. So Bucks County Estate Traders, well, it's kind of like the sweet spot. Their massive Hatfield showroom, over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, the kind of quality craftsmanship that stands the test of time. And you can save thousands of dollars, just like yours truly did, compared to new retail prices. No matter your style, classic, modern, rustic, or traditional, you're going to find stunning pieces that fit today's homes. Whether you're furnishing your living room, your dining room, home office, a man cave, or even the full house. Boy, why spend $70,000 if you could spend 30, right? Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, take it home the same day. Every piece with a QR code, which displays the details instantly. And their expert staff, well, it's the best in the business. They have no pushy salespeople, straight shooters who know their stuff. And here's a pro tip for you. Check out their website, buckscountyestatetraders.com, and then call ahead. They will have the pieces you want ready to show you right away. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com. Stop by their showroom in Hatfield. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal. Hey, it's Matt, your Leaf Filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road-ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 8:35. Tuesday morning, Fight Club in just about 35 minutes. That's coming up at 9:10. Bob Costas right after that at 9:15. Woohoo! And I promise you, Bob Costas' interview with Dawn and I will not turn into Fight Club.
No.
They are two separate entities.
Nope.
Fight Club and then Costas.
Yeah. He wants to air his dirty laundry to Stenson and Kayal.
Yeah, he's got apparently one bone to pick with Dawn. He's got like 3 to pick with me.
Uh-oh.
None to pick with me because I am.
Right.
Because Greg's perfect.
I was.
And none to pick with Harry, apparently.
No,
Harry
nothing,
was on with us too.
Yeah, nothing bad to say about Harry.
Yeah.
So Colbert took to the air last night for the first time since he announced, because of course he gets Fridays off. And like, gee, I wonder why. I wonder why this is, because he made the announcement on Thursday, had Friday off. So last night was the first night that he could comment on this. And they're like, well, he gets Fridays off, and like, gee, I wonder why this model's not working.
That's like Nick's contract, right? $16 million, Fridays off.
I
Isn't
wish
that
I
like
had
your
Friday.
contract?
No, the Fridays off is in Zioli's deal.
Yeah.
The $60 million is in my deal, but Zioli gets Fridays.
All right, so during a monologue, he poked a lot of fun of it. Didn't make it too serious. Didn't have a serious thing, but it's interesting the route that he went down.
By the way, real quick before we play this, what do we think? Because this is now going to turn into the Colbert retirement tour, basically, right?
Yeah,
I know he's not retiring, but I hate the fact that people have this long extended exit that's known and made to the public. Like, I don't need a 10-month retirement tour if you're an athlete.
Like certain morning radio hosts.
Yeah, I mean, just go away already. Just trust me, when I'm done, and I know I'm done, whether it's by the bosses saying you're done or I've reached my point where I've had my fill, I'm going to go quietly into the night. I don't need the parade circuit.
By the way, go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, because once we get finished with this, we're going to play a pizza incident that happened on the boardwalk in Ocean City.
Ooh.
So get on over to YouTube to see this. Okay, Colbert said this during his monologue about the canceling of his show.
They clarified that the cancellation was purely a financial decision. But how could it purely be a financial decision if The Late Show is #1 in ratings? A lot of folks...
Here's the problem with this, is that, yes, you could be #1 in ratings. That's great. That's a great, we talk about Nick spiking the football all the time. You can do great in the ratings. If they can't sell you, or you're costing them more than you're bringing in, you're a loss to them.
Yes.
The end.
Financial liability.
The end. Yeah. You could have a 67 share, and if they can't sell you, you're useless to them.
Yeah,
honestly.
I agree with the people who look at this from the fact that we've said television as we know it has been dying for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the story here, that the Late Show, I mean, we were in New York over the weekend, and we walked by we were like, oh, look, should we get a picture now? Because it's the Colbert, it's a famous theater from back in the day, and we're Letterman and legendary late night comedy. They're canceling that. That's the big story to me, that late night comedy shows as we know them, I think they're dead.
Well, and also, if you're losing them so much money, and look, everybody's different, but I believe there have been some in the media or in late night or entertainment that have said, well, I'll take a pay cut if it means keeping my staff. Pat McAfee just did this for ESPN, where they were going to trim down with Disney with their latest round of layoffs. He's going to take care of his producers and his staff out of his pocket. At least that's what he has said publicly. I don't know if Colbert would have been willing to trim his staff down if he would have been willing to self-doge his own staff, right? Yeah. Maybe he stays on. Maybe he takes it. Apparently, I guess that wasn't a thing. I mean, I can't sit there and, tell him what to do. It's his money. But, there's also this element of the unsellable factor. Now, you could say it's on Colbert. You could say it's on the Paramount salespeople. But what does it go to show when a safe liberal Trump bashing is unsellable as a talent?
Let me give you guys all a little dirty secret.
Because he's not funny and interesting. That's why.
Let me give you guys a little dirty secret about radio. Is that as popular as Howard Stern and Rush Limbaugh were, and they were the two biggest names in radio that there will ever be, hands down. They both got great ratings. In certain markets they did better than others, but they all in all they got great ratings. They were unsellable to a lot of
deemed toxic
to a lot of people. Mm-hmm. To a lot of people, people had a hard time selling ads to businesses on the Howard Stern show and the Rush Limbaugh show.
Yeah, if you're not family friendly, if you're not PG, or before woke, it was known as politically correct.
Mm-hmm.
I remember for years when I was doing sports in Philly, we had a syndicated morning show. It was Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio. And it was cookie cutter Disney.
Yep.
Subway would advertise, all the big corporations. And they never had great ratings in any market.
Mm-hmm.
But they brought in a ton of money
Yep.
because corporate America was like,
It's
that's
safe.
cool. You've got the little
Yep.
nerd and the former athlete together.
It's safe.
They're cool. He gives them a little noogie.
100%. Sports radio is safe. You know what I mean? Like they don't take controversial takes. So sports radio is easy to sell. It is. We're not easy to sell because of opinions that we give on the show, and you know what I mean. So like there is a. I know people always think, well, they were number one in the time slot, so they must be raking in the dough. That's not necessarily the truth. All right, a little bit more.
A lot of folks are asking that question, mainly my staff's parents and spouses. Well, over the weekend, somebody at CBS followed up their gracious press release with a gracious anonymous leak saying they pulled the plug on our show because of losses pegged between $40 million and $50 million a year. $40 million is a big number. I could see us losing $24 million, but where would Paramount have possibly spent the other $16 million? Oh, yeah.
See, so, I mean, it's a funny joke, but he's not denying the fact that they were losing money, and he's blaming the lawsuit that Paramount settled.
Well, that was one of my
With Trump.
initial takeaways when this story happened late last week. I said, well, I wonder what Colbert's making a year. We find out, and it's within $1 million of what they had to pay out to Paramount. So, I mean, think about it. You're already losing them money, and then the company has to pay out for another debacle, which, by the way, I know Colbert, and I'm not saying that Colbert doesn't deserve to lose his show when you only hit 9% of your target. That's the other thing. Ratings-wise, he can claim to be the king of late nights as far as things beyond Gutfeld. He had the bigger ratings over Kimmel, Fallon, and Seth Meyers, but he was only hitting 9% of their advertiser-coveted demo in a ratings. And they apparently, according to the story that we had from, I think it was Deadline.com, they target 18 to 49-year-olds. And if you're only hitting 9% of that demographic, you are going to lose money. No young people find him funny. Think about that. Millennials end at what? So today, Stocker, you're how old?
45.
So a Gen Xer, the youngest Gen Xer, I believe, Gen X started in what, 80?
80.
Okay.
No, it ended in 80.
It ended in 80. It's like mid-60s to very early 80s.
Okay. Yeah. So the 18 to 49-year-old demo is Gen Z and millennials. I don't even think it includes Gen Xers. Would it? Yeah, it would. It would include 4 years.
Yeah.
From you to 49, 45 to 49.
Yep.
The only thing I'll say about Stephen Colbert, where was he when during the pandemic in 2020, during, when Biden took over, and then in I was looking up some of the numbers. In 2022, the number was 1.2 million jobs permanently destroyed. 1.2 million. So he's talking about his precious, Monday through Thursday job, and for 16 million, and so self-involved.
Yep.
What about that 1.2 million people, a lot of mom and pop businesses and all of that who lost their jobs? You think about all the people who in the private sector who worked their entire lives, and some of them family businesses, a lot of them here in Pennsylvania, just lost, decimated. That guy, what a schmuck he is. So self-involved to talk about himself when he knows full well that he was living out a gravy train.
Yes, he was.
And how lucky he was. And, you brought up different people over the years, very wealthy person at the top of the ticket who took care of their staff. And is he going to take care of his staff of 200 that enabled him to work 4 days a week? I doubt it.
No. By the way, I love the fact that you called him a schmuck.
Yeah.
Schmuck is
We need to
very
make
great.
schmucks great again.
We do.
Jimmy Kelly, I need you to pull that of Dawn saying what a schmuck he is.
Yes.
That's going on the board.
By the way, only 157 likes on today's show.
Let's go, you schmucks.
What is wrong? What is wrong with you people? Get on over to YouTube right now. YouTube.com/at1210WPHT. Hit that like and subscribe buttons. I need to get that number over 200. What is wrong with you?
We have to call Harry. Get Harry on Zoom to call out the audience.
You don't even have to stay. Just go there, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and go about your daily life. Do it right now, though.
Yes.
Can you be our 200th?
Yes, and do it violently. I want the mouse. I want you to click that thing hard.
We want to hit that hard.
Yeah, the like and the subscribe. Bang.
So last night there was a rumor starting to swirl by Bill Simmons, the podcaster, that Jon Stewart might. Tonight was a must-watch Daily Show because Jon Stewart might resign right on air. I was like, "There's zero chance." I said, I love how these people they just throw these outlandish things out there. They go viral. And then nobody holds them accountable for being wrong.
Nope.
Like tremendously wrong.
No.
When I saw him say, I was like, he has a contract. There's zero chance he's just going to resign on air. But he did go out and discuss the Colbert firing or the Colbert cancellation. Here's just a little bit of Jon Stewart from last night.
CBS didn't try to save their #1 rated network late night franchise that's been on the air for over 3 decades. Is part of what's making everybody wonder, was this purely financial? Or maybe the path of least resistance for your $8 billion merger? Was killing a show that rankled.
Let me just say one thing too, is that companies merge all the time. All the time. And when they merge and they need to make their bottom line and their account balance look better, they're going to say, what's costing us and losing us the most money? We need to get rid of that.
Right. Well, I mean, it happened with our company in sports in Florida when Odyssey at the time, Entercom, merged with CBS Radio. They had 2 sports stations in Miami. You don't even need 1 sports station in Miami. But they had 2 all of a sudden, and they were like, all right, we got to dissolve one of them.
Yeah.
Well, and it happened here, at the headquarters at 4th and Market. It happened here and across the country. And that's just the point.
Right.
All of us in the private sector
have gone through
this. Millions of people, and you look at manufacturing jobs and even what we face with AI in the future with a lot of the manufacturing jobs and robotics. But this guy just talking about himself and these individuals, millionaires who've been so blessed with a career that has spanned for so long. And so to talk about themselves and their privilege, and not even to think about, the hundreds of people who are losing their jobs as well. They're not really focusing on that. Has Colbert even said 200 people are losing their jobs?
No.
He mentioned a staff and their spouses and parents briefly in a joke.
Yep.
But those people are the people who are going to struggle financially. These guys, they're multi-millionaires.
This whole concept of being like offended that you were of the belief that you were untouchable and can't lose your job. I mean, death, taxes. In all likelihood, 97% of us are probably going to lose a job at some point in our lives. Unless you're, unless you're Tom Brady or you're Donald Trump and you own a business or something like that. Most of us eventually either get fired, not renewed, reduced, laid off. It's almost a certainty in life. Deal with it.
Also, there was a cottage industry in a very lucrative one in trashing Trump that started in 2016. There was people made millions of dollars off of it. But you know what? Every now and then, trends and stuff that was popular 10 years ago may not be as popular now.
It's not.
And, you need to be able to see the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I said 2.5 years ago that hey, you know where this industry is going? Video. You know what we need to start doing? Video. You know who looked at me like I was insane? Everybody here. But I did it because I saw where the trend was going.
And now they're mimicking you.
The Colbert crew and that whole late night model never saw where the trends were going. They just kept doing what they were doing, and they thought their jobs were always going to be there.
Yep.
And then they make these lame excuses of why they didn't adapt with the times, so they blame everybody else, which is such a cheap out for all of this.
Well, it was monologue, joke, guest, bit, end of show.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yes.
Right? Like on this show, I'm telling you right now, if the moment I feel like the big take has gone stale, then we're getting rid of it. We'll do something else.
Yes.
We'll
or a
change
cut
it
sheet
up.
or anything.
Yep.
I'm not wedded to anything we do. You know what I mean? Like if I see that somebody is mimicking us or doing it better or that you know what I mean? Like I'll change it up. I don't care. So they just never did that. and the industry of trashing the president for 10 straight years was very lucrative for Stephen Colbert. It's not so much anymore.
No.
Sorry, S happens, life changes, you have to adapt.
Well, and also corporate America changes. Nike just dropped a brand new ad with Scotty Scheffler holding his baby boy after winning the Open Championship. 4 years ago, Nike was shoving transgender fat athletes down our throat in stupid ads that were beyond woke for a social credit score. All of these companies are seeing the writing on the wall that the left-wing woke stuff, America's done with it.
Mm-hmm.
Done with it.
Yeah, but corporate America ruined media, just like they poisoned our food, just like they poisoned politics.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just want to ask you this. Think about back in the day, go back to David Letterman or Conan O'Brien, and think about what they would have done with the funny, memes with the Coldplay kiss cam.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like they were edgy and they were funny, and they did interesting interviews where they actually listened. And so, for these other guys who are they lost their funny.
Yeah.
They lost their edge.
Yep.
And part of that is, I'll blame on corporate America taking over news, taking over all these late night shows.
Yep.
But the bigger story, and you mentioned it the other day, the late show with
James Corden.
Yes. So it started with like him, and now it's so it's the historic Ed Sullivan Theater. It's sad.
Yeah.
It's the end of an era. But guess what? If you guys were still funny, then you would have saved it. But you just couldn't be funny.
But you know what, too? The pendulum always kind of swings back and forth. Think about it. In the 80s, you had the MTV, resistance era, and then in the early 90s, you had political correctness. But then you got towards the end of the 90s, and if Sucker, you'll know this, and if you're a wrestling fan, there was the rebelling against authority and different things in pop culture. And then we had this woke era. I think that started around 2013, 2014, and it's done now.
They changed. But wrestling is a great example, Nick, and the three people in our audience that like wrestling will get this. But like wrestling evolved. You know what I mean? Like they started the Attitude Era in the 90s. You think about the 80s with all the bigger-than-life cartoon characters and, the good guy, the real American versus, the Iron Sheik and Russia, Nikolai Volkov. And, it was, this very black and white good versus evil. Then the 90s happened, and there was more rebellion, and it looked more like, reality TV. And then they saw the trends happening in the late 2000s with all this woke stuff, so they went more PG and they went more family friendly. Now they're getting back into it, so they've evolved with the changing times. These shows never did. I want to get this in before we have to break for Fight Club. The Ocean City, New Jersey boardwalk. Dawn, I know you know it very well.
Yes, love it.
This is, I got to give hat tip. I believe this was Wake Up New Jersey was the Twitter feed that we found this on. This is that dude. I don't know him personally, but he puts out a lot of really good stuff. You should definitely follow him on Twitter. But do you know Primavera Pizza, Dawn? So I don't know what led to this, but one of the workers at the pizza place threw a slice at a kid. Roll this. It's just video, Phil or Nick. So if you want to describe it.
Kid's going up with a phone, recording. The guy tries to punch out at the phone.
Yep.
And then the other guy throws the slice.
He throws the slice right at him.
Left-handed.
Yeah.
Oh, hits him right in his upper chest, in his neck and chin area. And here comes the authorities.
YouTube.com.
Look at that big slice.
WPHT.
Now, what's also amazing.
What led to this, do you think? I'm sorry, Don.
Look at that.
Well, what's also amazing to me is because they have the Falcon Hawks on the boardwalk, because otherwise there'd be 50 seagulls.
Yeah.
Going out to the pizza.
What do you think led to that pizza? I mean, look at that lovely
It looks
slice.
like the one guy antagonized the one shot. Yeah, let's watch this again. You're going to see the guy at the red shirt antagonize the older gentleman. He tries to swipe at the phone, and then his coworker, left hand,
boom,
massive slice, cheese first to the chin. By the way, you've had that pizza, Dawn?
We are Manco and Manco people.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I've eaten every pizza on that boardwalk.
Where do we rank Primavera Pizza?
We're scoring it 7.2. Has Portnoy been there?
Is it a good? Is it a good joint, Stensland?
It's good.
Yeah.
It's good. We just, we love used to be Mac, and it's hard to say Manco and Manco because remember they had that split, but we're Manco and Manco.
I'm not a big pizza boardwalk guy. It's kind of the last thing I'm interested in on the boardwalk.
Good. I got to tell you guys though that like these kids, and I'm going to sound like an old guy here, but Dawn, that kid looks no older than your youngest son. Like these kids with the filming of everything, like what is happening?
Because they all want to be influencers.
It's gross.
They want to have their viral moment. They want to have their own YouTube channel.
He probably said something really crappy to him.
Yeah,
and like the guy, threw a piece of pizza.
I would have thrown a calzone at him.
Yeah,
personally.
I was gonna say I don't know if I would have wasted that beautiful slice.
Yeah,
I think I would have.
Maybe a nice hoagie roll.
Is the person who threw it a woman or a man?
Oh, it's rewind the tape, Almquist. Come on,
because I think
Stensland
it might
has some
be
questions.
a woman.
Stensland has some questions.
Start
it over.
She's like the bus driver.
Start it over.
Had
Phil.
enough of this.
There we go. There we go.
Driver.
There we
Watch.
go.
Here he is.
That's a man.
It is? Okay, I just wasn't
and
sure.
That's a dude too.
Boom.
That's a dude.
Yeah, they're both dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless they identify as something else.
No. I genuinely couldn't tell.
Hopefully it was scalding hot
Happened
too.
fast.
Yeah.
Those low energy slices of pizza on the boardwalk that are underneath the heat lamps, they're always like cold.
Yeah, I know. I've never had a slice that's already sitting there. That's been good.
Yeah.
I wish they would make slices individually fresh, but that's just not possible.
So apparently you see that one teen, but what they're saying is that there were a group of teenagers. There was some kind of an argument or a back and forth.
Yeah.
And that this particular teenager who ended up with like some pizza grease on his face was the one who was pushing his phone into the employee's face.
Yeah. He's lucky he didn't get decked.
Yeah, what is it with the boardwalk that brings out the worst in the teens, disrupting families?
Because they're on vacation and they're having fun,
Yeah.
and it's
But we don't see this as much in
drinking and imbibing going on.
I know malls aren't really a thing anymore, but do we see it that much in the mall where the teens are unruly?
Kids don't go to malls.
I know. I'm thinking back to my days.
Oh, okay. Yeah, nobody
goes to a mall.
It seems like the boardwalk is like an adrenaline rush for mischief.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never acted like that on the boardwalk, even when I was unsupervised.
Yeah. But
yeah,
I just know the last weekend before last, I think we were in Ocean City. And so I always call ahead to Manco and like I call ahead and they go.
You order ahead?
Order ahead.
You pick up your pie?
Pick up your slice, your pie, whatever.
Yep.
They used to let you put your credit card on so it was all paid and you could just pick it up. They don't, for whatever reason, you don't do that.
Yeah.
So you go there and people most people are nice, but so many people are so rude.
Yeah.
And they come up and they should have pre-ordered like I always do. But sometimes, guess what? They're really busy.
Yep.
And you get people, I have kids, and or a teenager with their little attitude. And they're just rude to these people who are working hard. It's hot. Just stand in line, shut up, or go home and cook or whatever.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Go to the Wawa.
He
is.
Yeah, what a schmuck.
Go to the Wawa. Be polite. But so I don't know what happened here, but I'm on the side of the worker because I think these, snot-nosed, unappreciative kids.
Yeah.
Like, what did they say? They're just taunting these workers who are working hard.
Yeah.
I agree.
F those kids.
Yeah, agreed. And as Dawn would say.
What a schmuck he is.
So many Stensland drops on the board.
Today.
Boards of everybody.
I know.
We got boards for everybody. All right. Fight Club is on the other side, and then Bob Costas will join us as we will apparently try to clear the air. It's Kayal and Company, 4th hour next.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is gone!
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance Auto Protection Plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
I'm Todd N. Tuckey of TNT Amusements in Southampton, Bucks County, and we sell real pinball machines and arcade video games like Pac-Man for your home. Your home. Imagine the fun your family can have. You can even rent our maze-like showrooms for an arcade party. So, check out our website, tntamusements.com, or just Google us. TNT Amusements.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit and keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by the NHTSA.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
9:06, Kayal and Company, as we continue live here on a Tuesday morning. Bob Costas in under 10 minutes. The Fight Club coming up in just about 3.5 minutes. Just two quick updates. CNN also now reporting Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney confirms what Pam Bondi said, that they are in discussions with the Trump DOJ on her testifying. Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney saying Ghislaine will always testify truthfully. We are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in this case. And then with the pizza incident on the boardwalk we were just discussing, great tweet from our buddy Richard Notaro. He says, the problem with those youngins is their parents.
Yep.
If I acted like some of these kids with my father, the belt would have been brought out very quickly.
Agreed.
True.
Agreed.
Yep.
Yeah, don't teach your kids to be a smartass, and that came from a kid who was a smartass back in the day.
Yep.
I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying it's
My
true.
old man would have been, keep it up. It's going to be 5 across the eyes, Nikki.
By the way, I'm going to get greedy now. We have 240 likes, so thank you very much. But now I want 300. So I need 60 people right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, to get on over to YouTube. Try and be the 300th like.
Are you never not satisfied?
I'm never satisfied. Just ask my wife. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke.
I mean,
joke.
15 grand. Then it's 20 grand.
I know,
then it's 25 grand. Then it's 100 grand for Travis Mannion. Then it's 140 likes. I need 200. Now I need 3.
60 people right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Try and be the 300th like. Try and be the 300th like. And then tell me you're the 300th like on YouTube. youtube.com/@1210WPHT.
I'm going to defend my people. What does the 300th person get?
Nothing.
Just your respect?
Bragging rights. Bragging rights for being the 300th like on today's show. This and you're going to want to see this video too. Nick can describe. Actually, maybe it's better if Dawn describes it because
I'll stay out of this.
You're going to sound like a perv if you do. Yeah. This is 22. This woman says she was denied boarding a Spirit Airlines flight at Miami Airport because her shorts were too short. So she, of course, went to CBS News Miami and brought out these shorts to demonstrate how short they were. So YouTube.com, they cut off her face, too, so you don't see her face. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Dawn Stenslin, usually I have Nick do this. I think it's better for you to describe this. Roll this.
And these is just regular shorts. This is how I walk through the airport.
So she's wearing a pink robe. She pulls it open.
Wow, look at that.
And she's showing her spandex blue shorts.
As Tanasia Greyer approached the Spirit ticket counter, tensions quickly grew. She was just told she wouldn't be allowed on her flight back to Chicago.
I'm right here. You need to get out my face. You don't have to address me like that. You can say whatever you need to say from right there. You don't have to get in my face.
Oh, boy.
You don't get to tell me what to do. And you don't get to tell me what to do.
So she's speaking to a uniformed officer.
It all started over this outfit she wore to the airport.
That's her outfit.
She says she wore
like
similar shorts while traveling on a plane to Miami on Sunday.
We were getting ready to board the plane.
Look at her
she got
glasses.
The hater shades.
She has big sunglasses and now a pink robe over the...
plane like that. So I looked at her and I said, like what? She said, with those shorts. I said, everybody here has on shorts. What's the problem with my shorts? And I've been in this airport for 40 minutes with my shorts and my robe on, and nobody addressed me about my attire.
They kind of look like underwear, no?
This is crazy.
That voice in the background is Grayer's sister, Jessica Kordaluski. So first, Tanasia says she can't get on her Spirit flight because of her outfit, and then, to make matters worse, she says her sister is arrested for disorderly conduct.
Can you imagine these
Back
two?
in the 1950s.
Yeah.
Spirit Airlines, the Carnival Cruise of flights.
I mean, Dawn, to say they're Daisy Duke shorts is
They're not.
Yeah, they're.
It's more like you're saying. It looks like
You can see everything.
you can see everything, but it does almost look like underwear.
Yeah.
Because they're not really. I mean, they're very short shorts, but they're spandex, and then a matching blue tight spandex top.
Right.
It almost looks like maybe what a runner would wear.
I was going to say something that you would train in a gym, maybe.
But it leaves nothing to the imagination as far as the private parts go. Is that being fair, Dawn, to say that you can see, basically where the baby's head comes out?
Yeah, you could. I mean, yeah. I mean, they're skin tight spandex.
Yeah.
Where I think she needed a larger. It's almost like Road Warrior provided this to her.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So maybe it runs made in China.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like it's the UK sizes.
UK sizes.
So it's kind of like, these are like extra small, and she needed a 2XL.
Phil, can you go back to that clip and back it up 10 seconds? Because that clip that we just had, Phil, can you go back to the clip we just had and back it up 10 seconds? Because I think they're going to make my point that I've been making on this show for 3 years. Can you back it up like 10 seconds? Yeah. About how people used to travel on airlines. Roll this.
Tanasia says she can't get on her Spirit flight because of her outfit, and then, to make matters worse, she says her sister is arrested for disorderly conduct.
They treated me like a real criminal.
Back in the 1950s and 60s, air travel was a
Yes.
more luxurious and glamorous experience.
all the people.
Passengers dressed in their finest attire.
Yep.
But today, most people in the airport sport more comfortable clothing. We showed other flyers Grayer's outfit and told them she wasn't allowed on her Spirit flight.
Honestly, I don't think that's fair. I feel like every girl, no matter what they're wearing, should be able to express themselves.
Oh, God.
It's not even bad. The fact that she got kicked off the flight for that is pretty crazy.
As for the sisters, they say they caught another flight back to Chicago Thursday night.
Is it crazy, guys?
Well, what's worse? Let me ask you the question.
Yeah.
Is having your spandex compression shorts being too short or showing a ton of breasts and cleavage?
Yeah.
What's worse? I would argue the chest being more exposed is worse than that.
Agreed.
Here's the thing. If you're an airline, if you're a business, if you're a restaurant, no shirt, no service, no shoes.
Yep.
I mean, you're allowed to say
Correct.
as an airline, because they pack everybody in on Spirit, right? Everybody, those little seats. And so how would you feel if you're sitting next to somebody who's basically wearing their underwear, which means their skin, their body, and their sweat and whatnot is right up against yours? And so, but they're allowed to say, we want, and I'm looking up their policy, and they do have, they've made strict standards.
Yep.
They're defending Spirit. Good for them.
Yep.
They're actually defending this,
Yes.
and they're saying these are our standards,
Amen.
and we have this policy, and we're allowed to enforce it.
You can portray your brand as the business any which way you would like.
Yep.
And if they don't like it, then go choose Allegiant or Frontier.
The airline's new policy, which was just introduced in January of this year, prohibits passengers from wearing see-through clothing, exposed breasts or buttocks, lewd, obscene, or offensive clothing, and tattoos.
Yep.
The policy states passengers must not be barefoot, and they maintain the dress code is intended to ensure a comfortable, respectful environment for all passengers.
So I don't want to take up too much time with this. So why don't we save Fight Club for the end? Normally we do it at 9:10, but I see Mr. Costas is in the hopper. So why don't we go to him, and then we will do Fight Club at the end, because I don't want to keep Mr. Costas waiting.
Absolutely. Bob Costas, legendary sports broadcaster. You've seen him.
Guys.
We not have him again?
Oh,
Guys,
dear.
I need clean feed up. I
Clean
need clean feed. This pot is not working. Come on, guys. Come on.
Well, I'll just give Bob's background for some of those who, maybe not live the sports world as much as Greg and I have done in our past lives. Bob Costas, legendary sports broadcaster. You've seen him NBA Finals in the Jordan era, the Kentucky Derby, the Olympics. He was also a contributor and probably, I think, still is with CNN. And, for those not understanding why we're having Bob Costas on, quick backdrop as we get this fixed. So we played a clip of Bob on the cut sheet from Meet the Press on NBC a few weeks ago, and we reacted to it. And Bob wants to come on to further explain and provide more context, and we're happy to have him. Do we have him lined up now?
I believe he's there.
Bob Costas, do we have you, sir?
Seems that you do, yeah. Is this Nick?
This is Nick. Bob, how are you, sir?
I'm good. I can only see myself here. I don't know what's going on, so I can't identify who's speaking. I think I'll know when it's Dawn speaking.
Yes.
Forgive me if I don't use everybody's name correctly.
No question. I will actually, speaking of Dawn, let you and Dawn hash out your one issue that you guys would both like to address, and I'll let you go. Dawn, if you want to give kind of the backdrop to what you were commenting on in response to Bob's comments.
Hey, Bob. So the only comment I made that I guess you wanted to just clarify was we played the clip of you on NBC Meet the Press with Kristen Welker. She's from here in Philadelphia, by the way. Mm-hmm. And my comment on it was that you were conflating two issues. You were talking about the rich history of politics in sports, but then you mentioned what I feel is more civil rights, African Americans, women, people who are in the LGBTQ plus community, right? Whether it's Billie Jean or Martina Navratilova, that sort of thing. And so I feel there's a difference between civil rights and politics. And that was really, I think that was what you're reacting to, because that was the only comment I really made about it.
Well, a couple of things here. At the time, those questions of civil rights, whether it was Jackie Robinson or Tommy Smith and John Carlos with the raised fist at the Olympics, or Billie Jean King, those were political issues. They're now largely settled. Almost everybody across the spectrum agrees that those causes were righteous, but at the time, they were points of contention. But the whole point here, and the reason why I'm on with you, you can't react to everything. If you're a public figure, and in this environment where the internet immediately seizes upon stuff and aggregators distort and misrepresent what you've said, to try to respond to everything would be like swatting at locusts. But I'm told by people in Philadelphia that while the station here, which used to be WCAU, where I could pick up Phillies games and 76ers games when I was a kid, fiddling with the radio on Long Island, that even though this station generally leans right, it's not venomous, it's reasonable. And the clip that I saw did not fall into that category. It was very reasonable. It was more or less good-natured. But my larger point here is this, that everything gets aggregated. And I know how this works. I've been around for a long time. A producer says, here's this clip. And now you're responding to something, which not only is out of context, it's incomplete. So my point was that there's a long history, to your point on, that there's a long history of politics intersecting with sports. It's not confined to stuff in the distant past. And you said, well, those were the athletes talking about it, not broadcasters talking about it. Mm-hmm. Where did they find the microphone? Didn't Howard Cosell interview Muhammad Ali? What about Real Sports with Bryant Gumbel? What about all the times when people are called upon to do interviews or comment about these issues? Not during the game. And that's another point here. The entire interview with Kristen Welker is online. It lasted more than 40 minutes. It had to be edited. They took the 4th of July weekend off, didn't do a usual Meet the Press, had interviews with 4 different people, of which I was one, okay? So when I was saying that those who say stick to sports, they prefer to have you say there's a ground ball to shortstop, you may have inferred that I was saying you should talk about these issues during the game or during the event. But just go look at the entire thing. In the very next breath, I said, you don't do it during the game or during the event because A, it wouldn't land as well, it's not as effective, and B, people have come to watch the event. When I did play-by-play, be it the NBA or baseball over many years, you're talking about thousands and thousands of hours on the air. If I ever mentioned any political issue, it was parenthetical and directly connected. Out of those thousands and thousands of hours, if you compiled every reference to politics during the game or during the event itself, you'd have maybe a half an hour's worth out of those thousands and thousands taken all together. Now, sometimes, for example, when the Seattle Mariners in the 90s were on the verge of leaving town and there were bond issues to see whether they could get the funding for a new stadium, and all of a sudden they went on a winning streak and got into the playoffs, and I'm calling the games and there are signs, stay team, stay, or whatever in the stands, you note that so that the audience understands what it is. Pitcher from Venezuela on the mound in a game I'm doing, and I mentioned that he and other players from Venezuela are very concerned about the volatile issues back home and about family members who have difficulty getting out, concerned about them. Meanwhile, communication is less than it could be. And so that's something weighing on the guy's mind. That, to me, is pretty much something that you would want to mention. You're not taking a political stand. But apart from that, I specifically said, Dawn, if you just watch the whole thing, I specifically said that you don't do it during the game, but you do it during programs that are devoted to that. Or as when I was the host of the Olympics, and I think I used these exact words, you don't do it when Michael Phelps is about to dive into the pool or Usain Bolt is about to run down the track. But as the host of the Olympics, as opposed to someone who's calling the action at a venue, there are many instances that are carved out specifically for me, or now Mike Tirico or whomever, to interview the heads of the IOC or to do commentary judiciously in a space that's devoted to that. And when you speak of the Olympics, how can you possibly separate politics from the Olympics? It's all over the place. And I would add that despite whatever misrepresentations there may be, because people want to have a straw man, I'm the guy who, as far back as 1996, called out China and its human rights record and its desire to host an Olympics, which they weren't yet granted in 2008 in Beijing. And the notion that if there was ever a nation that had the means and the motivation to replicate the old Soviet Union and Eastern Bloc sports machine with all of its systemic government-based cheating, this is the nation that's in a position to do that. I took a lot of positions over time that were relevant to what was happening at the Olympics or sometimes elsewhere in sports that actually would align with what I hear on Fox News or what I might hear here. But if people acknowledge that, then I'm not the straw man they need to make whatever argument they want to make.
You know, when Greg Soccer first told us that you and Greg had a conversation, my first reaction was, and I don't know how Nick felt, but my first reaction was, why the heck does Bob Costas care what we're saying here in Philadelphia? And why is the conversation and the context so important to somebody like, I mean, you're famous, you're an icon, right? Everybody knows your voice when you come on. Why do you care? Why is this moment important for you in not just today, not just this week, but in the context of what can only be called a legendary career?
Well, I came across it accidentally. Kristen had told me that the whole thing appeared online, so I went to see it. And you know what happens. Sometimes you put in certain keywords and other things pop up. And right next to it was the 5 or 6 minutes of the conversation you guys had a week or so ago. And I have a larger point here. And that larger point is that this happens all the time. Sometimes it's done dishonestly, but most of the time it's just a function of the way this stuff works. A producer, researcher, whoever it might be, puts something in front of you. It's designed for a reaction of some kind. And then a conversation ensues, not necessarily a malicious one, based on a misrepresentation. Remember back on Saturday Night Live, there used to be a recurring character played by Gilda Radner, Emily Latella. And she would come on the Saturday Night Live, the news, the weekend update, and she'd be in a state of high dudgeon about some issue or other, and she had it completely wrong because she was a confused little old lady. And then Chevy Chase would turn to her and say, no, it's this, it's this, it's this, it's this. And then she'd go, oh, never mind. And that was funny in its context. It's not funny now. And on things far more important than what I may have said to Kristen Welker, on larger issues, it happens all the time. Things are taken out of context, either through carelessness because of aggregation or maliciously and cynically. And then a debate ensues where you're having a debate with a person who's absent, who didn't say what you're claiming he or she said.
Bob, are you able to stick around for a couple of more minutes? I want to get into a couple of the other issues that we'll talk about. All right, great. Bob Costas will stay with us. Quick break, and then we continue. It's Kayal and Company here on this Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's such an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda winning more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Value Brand. So whether you're eyeing the Accord, the CRV, or the Pilot, you're choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers, just like you and me. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always go online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com for all of today's special offers. Thank you to the Piazza Auto Group. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo. You're good at business. We're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
The working families of Long Island Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, 9:30, Kayal and Company, as we continue here on a Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Greg Stocker, joined by the great Bob Costas, as we continue our conversation. And, Bob, I wanted to get into a couple of things. I know you took a little bit of an issue. I'm not going to sensationalize it and say that you were, raging by any stretch.
No, I wasn't.
You were not. And so one of the things that I brought up was the finality of the clip that we played on our cut sheet, in which, and I'm paraphrasing here, you were saying, it's if it's something I agree with politically, no problem. If not, then it's the old cliche of stick to sports. Sure. So I just come at it from a different vantage point, having worked in sports radio for 16 years with guys like Tony Bruno, that name might ring a bell. And I'm a lot like the guys that have made the career pivot, Sid Rosenberg, Will Kane, Clay Travis, and I've gone into this format. I've just always viewed it this way. I view sports, even though I obsess over sports, probably to the detriment of my health, as a distraction from life, as is entertainment. And I think there are some people out there that you are correct on where, hey, if it's something I adhere to ideologically, kudos to you. But if not, it's the stick to sports response. But I think the majority of us, we don't want politics in sports because we view it as an escape. And I actually think that that's true amongst most liberals as well as most conservatives. Do you agree with that, or what is your position? And I know we were talking when you were talking with Dawn about the play-by-play aspect, but where do you feel like politics should be or not be with sports in the talking head format, the Stephen A. Smith, the First Take type shows, sports talk radio? Where do you stand on that?
Inevitably, you still got me?
Yes, I do. Yep, go right ahead.
Inevitably, these issues come up. When the President of the United States talks about the Commanders and the Guardians just this week, then you're going to talk about it in a sports context. But again, not while the ball is in play, not while the game is going on. I emphatically and clearly have said that always, and said it on the full version of Meet the Press. Not during the game, not during the event, but there are times set aside where judiciously and appropriately you can address those things. When the President of the United States says, get that son of a bitch off the field, and the Colin Kaepernick thing is clearly a political, in the right context, if you are up to it and if you're well enough informed, you can make that case. If you want to go to YouTube and look up me being on CNN while the whole Colin Kaepernick thing was bubbling to the surface, and I think I was on for about 15, 16 minutes, I don't think any reasonable person would say, this is just a sports broadcaster. He's not qualified to address these issues. What matters is how well informed you are, not what the classification is. He's a sportscaster. Listen, I turn on Fox News from time to time. I watch it more often than you might think. But one of the thoughts that never crosses my mind, I must have stumbled across a televised Mensa meeting. This is beyond my comprehension. These people are operating on a different intellectual level because I'm just a sportscaster. Come on. People who are familiar with my work know that I've done things in sports primarily, but a lot of stuff outside sports, and I'm conversant with those issues. But I would never address them during the game itself. It has to be, or anywhere close to it, it has to be something separate from that. But to a point that you were making here, and Harry, who wasn't on the show today, made on the clip that I showed, that I saw rather, he's correct that, and so am I, that by and large people don't want to hear it if it's something they disagree with. But the proof is in the pudding. Fox News puts entertainers and sports figures on all the time, and they have every right to express their opinion, whether I agree with it or not. But stick to sports doesn't apply if it happens to be something that people agree with by their audience. And as the late senator from New York, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, famously said, "You're entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts." So through the years, I've heard repeatedly, "Oh, he's always injecting politics." As I said, absolutely doing those halftime essays on Sunday Night Football for NBC. Over the years, there were more than 100 of them. Exactly two, had some sort of political tinge. And in both cases, it had intersected with the NFL. So you can think what you want about what I've actually said, but you can't just make up a characterization of me and assign a motivation and assign something that doesn't align at all with the body of work and what I've actually said just to make the argument easier. And by the way, before I forget, in that clip that I saw, you, Nick, asked, has Costas addressed trans women in sport?
Yes.
He has. Implication being he wouldn't do that because, I don't know, it wouldn't align with what you think my worldview is. Oh, yes, I have addressed it. And I've said from the start that while trans people should be treated with kindness, respect, dignity, compassion.
Sure.
When you talk about sports, this is ridiculous. Leah Thomas, being the 470th ranked male swimmer at Penn, then becomes a woman and is very competitive and sometimes wins head-to-head competition against women. And the common sense answer to this is, if you just take a step back, how come there's not a single example of someone who used to be a woman and is now a man even being competitive against men, let alone excelling against men?
Right.
So there are times when, in order to, I guess, remain under the quote liberal tent, you have to toss common sense aside. I'm kind of in the Bill Maher camp. Bill Maher thought it was really on point. He said, generally speaking, liberals are the people with their foot on the gas pedal, and conservatives are the ones pumping the brakes. Bill says, generally, I've been with the people pumping the gas pedal, but not when they're driving off a cliff. And a lot of where the quote, whatever the Democratic Party is, whatever, a lot of where they've gone not only is terrible strategically and causes them to lose elections and see their approval ratings plunge, but it's just wrongheaded in terms of policy. Now, that's how I actually feel. What I see myself referred to, because it serves a purpose on Outkick or someplace, as far left sports. I'm so far left that I voted for Republicans from time to time. And I never had a problem with Mitt Romney, with John McCain, with George H.W. Bush, with Ronald Reagan, whether I agreed with them policy-wise or not. They were people I respected and admired. Now, we're not going to get any more deeply into this, but Trump and MAGA are an entirely different animal.
Oh.
Well, let's talk about that. I was hoping to get your thoughts on this. Obviously, with the sports being the backdrop here, so Trump, he wants the Commanders to go back to the Redskins. He wants the Guardians to go back to the Indians in baseball. In the grand scheme of, politics and culture, there's 50 things more pressing than this. Although I do feel like in this last 10 to 12, 15 years, this, I hate using the word woke anymore because it's played out, Bob. But we had a lot of reactionary things where people wanted to, politically correct and, right all the injustices of society through a lens and a prism of sports. And I see many studies and polls and surveys where 90% of Native Americans are not offended by the term Redskins. Where do you stand on that right now? Because my view from afar has been, it seems to me that white liberals are more outraged than the group of people that would have the right to be outraged. So if that populace is not offended, then why should we cater to the fringe minority on something as silly as a sports nickname?
Well, I think the number of people who aren't troubled by it is a majority among Native Americans, 80% of the polling that I've seen. And before I address this specifically, we talk about who is presently and has been a figure since 2015 in presidential politics. He's an entirely different personality, an entirely different animal. He's putting stuff out on the oxymoron when you talk about the name of the truth pathological liar, puts his stuff out on Truth Social, but he's commenting on Taylor Swift, on Bruce Springsteen, on Stephen Colbert, on whether Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, it's basically, at times, he's like a guy hanging on until 2 o'clock in the morning to be the 118th caller on some overnight talk show. Not always, but often. And so when the president does that, it brings it to the fore. Now, this issue that you mentioned about the Redskins / Commanders is one of the 2 times that I addressed something that was political in a halftime essay on Sunday Night Football. And here was my point, and it remains my point. Redskins is distinct from other with Native Americans, Braves, Chiefs, Warriors. Those are essentially no different, unless the symbols or rituals were somehow offensive, essentially no different than Patriot or Viking or Cowboy. They're honorifics when used correctly. But Redskins, every dictionary, consult several, I did, every dictionary defines Redskins as pejorative, an insult, a slur. Every single one. It is distinct. And for that reason, it should go. And it has gone. Indians is a little more in a gray area. The Chief Wahoo logo was offensive to some people. And I think in the atmosphere after 2020 and George Floyd and all the rest, even though these things are conflated in a way that doesn't always make sense, in that atmosphere, the Cleveland franchise decided that we don't need the aggravation. We'll call ourselves the Guardians, and that's that.
You know, Bob, not for nothing, but I'll tell you what, I think 80 million Americans feel, or 75 million Americans at least, and I'm one of them, because I'm a MAGA mom. I'm proud to be a Make America Great Again mom, wife, Pennsylvanian. And so to me, oftentimes it feels like a slur when somebody says, MAGA, that's a different feeling. I mean, just weeks ago, you were receiving a very prestigious award. And at the ceremony, you started out by saying the free press is under attack. Democracy, as we know it, is under attack. And why is that? Because of what? People like me, a mere Pennsylvania mom, a MAGA mom, or Donald J. Trump? I think that's crazy.
Well, you know what? This is one of the outs that's often used. Trump derangement syndrome, elites, 75 million people voted for him. Therefore, if you disagree with him, you're insulting them.
No, I don't think that. I don't think that. I just think, why is it that we can't just be accepted? Why is it? I mean, do you not think that the media was biased, that Trump didn't answer a calling? He didn't create that. I've said this for years. He answered it. The media. And Bob, I worked as a registered independent, Emmy award-winning journalist at the national level, at the local level, across the country. The media is and was biased. It's gotten worse over the years. People don't even try to hide their bias. But to say that the free press is under attack, I think it's evolving because of technology, but I just disagree. But even when you said that about MAGA, I was like, wow. You know what I mean? Like, how would you feel? I would never say that about friends who are very liberal or Democrats. I would never say that about, and you don't hear conservatives say it. You only hear it from Democrats or liberal. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you do. That's like, you know what this is akin to? It's like people who hear a national broadcast of a sports event and they're fans of either team. They hear the exact same words and they infer a bias against their team because they're seeing it through the prism of their own non-objectivity. The idea that people on the right, Fox News and all of its tributaries and the internet and all the rest, that they don't disparage people who support or oppose Donald Trump, that's ridiculous. Who support Democrats and oppose Donald Trump. Yes, it happens. And yes, those people's motivations and what they've actually said are often mischaracterized, or things are taken selectively. And even though they're not in and of themselves untrue, they create a false impression. The problem from where I sit is not with what used to be Republicans or used to be conservatives. I always had respect for that and often agreed with at least some of it. The problem is the guy at the top. If you're able to look at this person and say that he is fit intellectually, temperamentally, and ethically to hold any position of public trust, I can't see that at all. The evidence of his reprehensible character is overwhelming. And if any of that, a tenth of it, could be attached to a given Democratic presidential candidate, I would feel exactly the same way. And by the way, I'm a guy who said, look it up. I did it more than 2 years ago with Abby Phillip on CNN. I did it again with Philadelphia's Michael Smerconish on CNN. I did it with Bill Maher on HBO. I said way before the debate, years before the debate, way before almost anyone in the Democratic Party was willing to say it, Joe Biden is unfit, not only to run again for president, but to serve as president because he's clearly mentally diminished. He can't even do a halftime Super Bowl interview. What's going on here? He has to be shown the door if he can't see it himself. I'm not some down the line left-wing guy. I'm kind of a common sense guy. And common sense tells me that if you want policies, if you believe in Make America Great Again, that's a fine slogan. So is Black Lives Matter a fine slogan. Who could disagree that Black Lives Matter? But then look at Black Lives Matter, the organization itself, and maybe you wouldn't want to support that. Make America Great Again, that sounds fine. But then look at the guy who's at the head of it. Look at the grift. Look at how he's turned the presidency into his personal piggy bank.
Yeah, but Bob.
And the free press.
Well, no, Bob. This is where I got. I'm sorry. This is where.
Let me finish.
No, but Bob, you're making it sound as if every politician pre-Trump was Mother Teresa or Jesus Christ.
Absolutely
I mean, all politicians have baggage. And you've said you voted Republican in the past.
Yeah.
You look at Trump. He is 50% Ronald Reagan, and he's 50% old school Democrat of the 90s. What is so toxic? Forget what you think about the person. Again, I can like Michael Vick, the football player, and disagree with him killing dogs and running an interstate gambling ring. I can like Trump's policies and what he's trying to achieve, and also say, you know what, I wouldn't want my daughter to end up dating Donald Trump. That's fine. But to put every other politician on some moral pedestal as if Trump's the only guy with baggage in his personal life.
Are you listening? I did
Yes.
no such thing.
You absolutely did, Bob.
I think no such thing.
You said he's not ethically fit to be the president. And Bill Clinton was? Do we have to revisit Monica Lewinsky? Is that different than Trump?
It's different in some respects, but I'm not defending it.
Okay.
The man was impeached. B, there was a huge political consequence. Without that personal failing by Bill Clinton, almost certainly Al Gore would have won the 2000 election because Gore was attached to Clinton. And say what you want about Clinton, he was a very savvy and effective political operator, but he had to be sidelined during that campaign. So there were consequences to his misdeeds. You go back to Richard Nixon, who was qualified clearly to be president. He'd served in the military. He'd been a congressman. He'd been the sitting vice president for 2 terms under Dwight Eisenhower, clearly a man of great intellect. And in his second term, he had a true landslide. George McGovern didn't even carry his home state of South Dakota. He won only Massachusetts, an overwhelming true landslide. He had a mandate. But when the facts of Watergate became clear, all of which is child's play alongside Trump's misdeeds, wouldn't even make the top 100 probably when you talk about Donald Trump. But
what are Trump's misdeeds? I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't.
You'll be here tomorrow. I won't.
Well, Bob, with all due, but Bob, with all due, I got to defend my partner here, Don. You know, you searched us out and asked to come on to clarify, and we've given you now over 35 minutes. And I love you growing up. You were the soundtrack of my sports. But you can't just steamroll my co-host when and use you'll be here tomorrow. I mean, this is the Kayal and Company show. This is not we're not the ones being interviewed here. We're interviewing you. With all due respect.
Let me finish my answer.
Sure, and we're also up against the timeline, so please try to keep it tight.
I understand that. I understand that very well. When Richard Nixon's Watergate situation was fully exposed, the Republicans came around after the Democrats did. Understandable, because that was their allegiance. But when the facts could not be denied, some of these people had a spine. Some of these people had a spine, and they marched to the White House and they told Nixon it was over. The present Republican Party, by and large, is a bunch of spineless sycophants who just fall in line with whatever Trump says and does for fear of being primaried. So I find that look, all of us are flawed. None of us are perfect. To varying degrees, all of us are flawed. And that includes every president. And all presidents had those who disagreed with them, even those on Mount Rushmore and those who we think were great had people who disagreed with them or didn't like them for whatever reason. But Trump is in a category all his own, and it's overwhelmingly obvious.
Well, I do agree with that. I think President Trump is in a category all his own. I think he's the greatest president that this nation has ever seen. And my 90-year-old dad says it all the time. I'm quoting him. I think that you can look at the policies and talk about policy and look at the success of this president and then look at the way that, speaking of steamrolling, I think President Trump is the one who they've tried everything to tear him down, everything. And so, part of this, Bob, that I think is important, I think this conversation between all of us is important, but I will say this, that at some point to attack Trump as a human being, understand there's a connection, because we as conservative, I'll say conservative women and moms were canceled. I mean, I could go on and on with stories. And so there's a personal connection between conservatives who felt canceled, who felt put down or judged or this or that by even others, but also by famous people, by media people. Do you know what I'm saying? So people take it personally.
That explains some of Trump's rise. It doesn't justify it. Greatest president this nation has ever had.
Yes.
A few historians would like a word about George Washington or Abraham Lincoln or FDR or Ronald Reagan.
I agree.
I
agree. They're great too.
The true Trump derangement syndrome is not those who see him clearly. It's those who venerate and glorify him. That's the true Trump derangement syndrome.
Well, Bob, we do have to run. I want to thank you for coming on. And anytime these worlds collide, you're certainly welcome back. I do mean that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My key point was not to get into what we got into about Trump, was just to clarify that that what I had actually said on Meet the Press would have aligned with what you guys thought I hadn't said. So I'm happy to clarify that.
No doubt. Bob, thank you so much.
Thank you, Nick.
You got
Thank you, Don.
Bob Costas, NBC, CNN. Look, you're always going to get contentious when you get into these debates, but it doesn't mean you have to, hate each other. I don't hate Bob Costas for any of his views. He can say what he wants about MAGA. I disagree. That's why I wanted to jump in there and get my girls back. But at the end of the day, it's his opinion.
Can we? Because we
need more of that.
We went way long here. Dawn, can we do like a recap and the bells and whistles to start your show? Are you cool with that?
Sure.
All right. Are you sure?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
All right, because I kind of want to. I want to debrief after that.
I actually would have loved if he stayed and you just went on.
Yeah.
If you had, Look.
Well, I wanted to ask him about, the way Caitlin Clark is being treated. I wanted to ask him about the one-way street in sports media where left-wingers can share their views on sports talk, but right-wingers can't. Mm-hmm. But, we got into the Trump thing, and that's fine. I figured it would go to that point. Yeah. I just wanted to stay level-headed. I was not going to explode today.
Well, I want to do Fight Club. We still have Phil coming up. We still have to give away tickets.
All right.
Plus, I want to debrief.
Yeah, and I think I think unless Dan books something else, we don't have till 10:30.
All right, cool. So
we do have a guest that he booked at 10:30, but other than that,
so the special guests on the Dawn Stanslin show are going to be at Nick Hill and Greg Stock. All right, we have to break though. We are so over.
All right, we're coming right back. Stay right there.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
On your marks, get set.
And you're off, racing towards your retirement goals. But you're not there yet. The markets are up and then they're down, and you are not getting anywhere on Wall Street's financial treadmill. Do the ups and downs of the markets leave you feeling sick?
When I look at the stock market, I want to throw up. You have your eyes halfway closed when you're looking at the stock market because it's like, oh my God, is it down? And every day that you go through this, it's stressful. And I'm tired of being stressed.
If you're like Linda and don't want financial stress in retirement, there is a solution.
Russell Convery. I started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2017. This year, my wife and I have earned 8% through the Crash Proof Retirement System. We did have a few drops in the market, but my money was safe. You know your money's safe and it's going to grow.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shea.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Oh my goodness. I'm blaming Greg Stocker for all of this.
Poo nanny nanny.
Yeah, the reaction. So this is a special edition. I don't know, the post. We might be starting something new. The post edition, I guess.
The after party.
We never get a post meeting.
No, and I don't.
Which I kind of love.
I don't condone those anyway.
No, I always love the post meeting, but like after the game, you meet in the locker room. That's what this is.
I'm not a post meeting PD.
Well, this is live. Yeah. So Greg Stocker, Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Dan Borowski in the house. He's scrambling. Bob Costas was willing to stay longer, so thank you. That was nice. A lot of reaction from you all on the YouTube chat, it looks like, and social media, etc.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys wanted to. I mean, look, kudos to him for you know, coming on and having the back and forth,
the conversation.
He was willing to stay longer, but I told him, I'm like, we have all these sponsored features that we never get to because. Like, look, we let things play out on the show, and if it bleeds into something else, then so be it. I'm all about making great radio.
Yeah, and to his credit, even though I disagree with a lot of his stances, it doesn't change how I feel about him as a sportscaster, but also to the point of the time. I mean, most of the time when you get the Bob Costases of the world, you have 10 or 12 minutes, right? You're not getting 35, 40 minutes, and the willingness to stay and go even longer, so. I do appreciate that.
Well, do you guys want to do? I mean, we haven't done all the bells and whistles yet. Like we've completely missed Fight Club.
Well, we got to do Fight Club. We've got to do music. We've got to do movies.
Well, this is Dawn's.
Okay.
This is technically Dawn's hour.
Whatever you need us to do.
So Dawn, do you want to narrate Fight Club?
I think we already had Fight Club.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. Come on.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
Yes.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to. We know fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. Sorry, Tri-County Auto Group. We're about an hour late, but, better late than never. Fight Club, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority you. Visit tricounty.com, tricounty.com. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for sponsoring Fight Club. So this is two gentlemen, 2 boys in a, does this look to you, Nick, Dawn, like a locker room?
Yeah, or a dorm room.
Something
Maybe a
like
bedroom.
That.
Yeah.
Dawn can't see it in preview. All right.
That's right.
This is video only, Dawn. So if you want to narrate this, roll it. There we go. 2 guys squaring off. Oh.
Well, these 2 guys are athletes. It looks like in the locker room.
Yep.
So maybe maybe.
No, that's a dorm room.
It's a dorm room?
Yeah.
Oh, it is a dorm room. You're right.
Look at it. Oh. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Look at some nice fist. Oh, boy. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at this.
Yeah.
See, this is how guys fight.
Yeah.
This is how guys settle things.
Yeah.
Yeah, but once again, these guys orchestrated this.
Who?
The guys.
Look at the group gathering
Look
around.
at the angle of the camera. Somebody's up on the bunk bed.
Wait, Don Stenzel's calling Fugazi on this?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Well, it's an authentic fight, but
it's an authentic
it's a
fight.
Production.
But it's a production. They think they're like Joe Rogan or whatever.
Yeah.
Dan on the YouTube chat says, "Are they just sparring?" You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
no, they're
There's
fighting.
no blood.
Yeah, but they're
watch this
gotta
guy.
hit on the chin.
Their punches are connecting.
Yeah, that's
Look
not
at that.
that's not WWE.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Yeah.
Hit the like and subscribe buttons. Thank you to the 320 of you who've done that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, David, when you go off to college in your dorm room, you do this, and you break that pretty nose or that jaw, and I get the bill for $52,000. You're in big trouble.
Yeah.
David, I'll come and hang out in your dorm. I'll be the 50. I'll be the 50-year-old in the dorm room.
Look, this is guys being guys.
Yep. One dude's
maybe
topless.
that's not. Is that politically incorrect for me to say?
The other dude's wearing a beater.
So I mean, this is only the second installment of the week. Yesterday was, I don't remember what yesterday was.
I don't either. I have no recollection of Fight Club on the I'm like Joe Biden when it comes to Fight Club.
The difference here is these are not people who are genuinely mad at each other like at Waffle House or whatever. This is orchestrated. They have a cameraman. The other people are watching it but not involved. And it's two guys who want to just spar.
Yeah. I need more chicks. I'm done with the
You like the
dudes.
ladies?
Yeah, the dude thing doesn't. Maybe this is why I'm not super into UFC. I get a little uneasy when dudes are throwing at that velocity.
Yeah.
The chick fights are better because there's hair pulling and slapping. You can laugh more at the chick fights.
Thank you, Phil Almquist. Yesterday was the ICE. No, not the ICE agents. It was the anti-ICE protesters against the local cops.
Oh, did we make that Fight Club yesterday?
We did, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's right.
That was Fight Club yesterday. So
okay.
Only guys so far this week.
We are a very sexist Fight Club edition so far, 2 days in. I need more diversity, folks.
One more I want to get to, and then we can get to the Phil Almquist Today music history, and then actually hand it over to Dawn for doing her show. So she doesn't have to deal with the nonsense that we deal with every day, right?
Yep, exactly right.
This is 15, Phil. Delta pilot makes an aggressive maneuver to avoid colliding with a B-52.
Again?
Did you see this? This happened over Minot, North Dakota.
You know, I'm starting to think you might be safer riding to the shore on a bike than you are on planes these days.
Dawn?
It's crazy.
So this is a Delta airline this wasn't like a little plane or like a fighter jet. This is a giant B-2 bomber that came within inches of this Delta flight. So we don't have the actual, but the pilot comes on. This happened on 7/19, which I guess was Saturday. And the pilot comes on and explains what happens. Do you guys want to hear this?
Yeah.
Roll this.
You probably saw the airplane kind of sort of coming at us. Nobody told us about it, and so we continued, and air traffic. And there's no radar here, so the tower is controlled, the tower does everything visually, and so they said report about 6 miles from the airport. So we did that. I think he realized that the spacing wasn't going to work, and he said turn right. And I looked over, and there was an airplane, which those of you on the right-hand side, I thought it was a small airplane like the one you see at the airport right now doing touch and goes. And he said turn right. I said there's an airplane over there, and he says turn left. And then by the time we read back to clearance, looked over and saw the airplane that was kind of coming on a converging course with us. And so given his speed, it was a military, I don't know how fast they were going, but they were a lot faster than us. I felt it was the safest thing to do to turn behind it. So sorry about the aggressive maneuver. It caught me by surprise. This is not normal at all. I don't know why they didn't give us a heads up, because the Air Force Base does have radar, and nobody said, hey, there's also a B-52 in the pattern. Long story short, it was not fun. I do apologize for it, and thank you for understanding. It was kind of not a fun day.
Nice that they applaud.
Yeah, Because he basically, one, he was honest with them, right, which you want every pilot to be.
Yep.
And two, I'm sure he was flying, and he had to get out of the way, so he made it. I'm sure everybody went all over the place, and they just wanted to know what happened. But man,
I thought the Secret Service was a disaster until I saw the airline industry the last year. My gosh.
With a B-52.
Yeah.
How does that even get that close?
I know.
I get in my Ridgeline, and if a water bottle's bouncing around in the street, every sensor on my Ridgeline goes off. Beep, 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 beep.
Sometimes so it was the North Dakota State Fair. So the B-52, I don't know. They had approval, but that's terrifying.
Yeah. It really is. One more, and then we should do the Morning Mystery Movie clip and the Today Music History. Tom Holman had a message for Sanctuary Cities 23, Phil. Sorry, I just wanted to get to what I didn't get to in the cut sheet.
Yeah, this comes back to the big take this morning.
Roll this.
I'll say it again. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. And I'm going to work very hard with Secretary Noem to keep President Trump's promise and his commitment several weeks ago that sanctuary cities are now our priority. We're going to flood the zone.
Yeah.
You don't want to let us into jail to arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a jail. You want to release him into the street, which makes it unsafe for the community, makes it unsafe for the officer, makes it unsafe for the alien, because anything can happen on a street arrest. So what we're going to do, we'll have more agents in New York City to look for that bad guy. So sanctuary cities get exactly what they don't want, more agents in the community and more agents in the work site. If we can't arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of the county jail, then we'll arrest him in the community, and we'll arrest him in the jail. And when we arrest him in the community, if he's with others that are in the country illegally, they're coming too. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. President Trump is not going to tolerate it. And I'll work every day with Secretary Noem to make sure we get as many bad guys, illegal aliens out of this country that we can.
Amen to that. Flood the zone, baby.
Yeah, and according to our last guest, that's that terrible man of character, Donald J. Trump. Oh, what terrible character. To want to take criminals out of the United States of America. Oh, and take rapists out of, the ones who, stalk us women while we're jogging. Oh, that terrible Trump wants to get rid of those bad guys who want to rape and pillage.
I like Bob. Bob's, I think, about 5 feet 4 inches tall. He's not a very big guy. He could probably come off as a Kentucky Derby jockey. How do you think Bob would like if the ICE officer that got shot in the face twice by that suspect with a rap sheet? What if that guy was right in Bob Costas's driveway? Do you think he'd be more on board probably with, ICE in those efforts?
You know what? Here's the thing that I feel, so. and I don't know if you guys feel this way, but you know how I've been to a million Bruce Springsteen concerts. Right? Larry and I, my husband loves Springsteen. We went to every spring. And then he was talking about politics. It's oh man, do you have to talk about it? Because it's like a disappointment. And that's kind of, I'll be honest, that's how I feel. Because Bob Costas is a legendary guy. And when he would tell the story of the athlete and just really get into the athlete's journey and their motivation and all of that, and it's inspiring. That's what sports does. It's so inspiring, and I loved that. And so I don't know. At the end of the day, when he went there, and we didn't go there.
No,
we were not the ones. No, we didn't start it.
He has a different take. We were texting back and forth. He has a different take. You guys went in the contentious direction. I'm not speaking, I'm not going to read his text.
But when he said, he's talking about slurs, he's like, MAGA. I mean, it's just the way he said it.
He launched it by saying, now MAGA's a different animal.
Now, MAGA is a different animal. Right. And Trump, who's I forget, I was just
I just don't understand how anybody, and I mean, this is not just Bob. I don't understand how you could have been a Bush guy and then be anti-Trump and say that MAGA's a different animal when you think about, warmonger and drumming up the military-industrial complex, maybe you disagreed with that, but, that's about as bad as it gets. And, again, it's this branding of toxicity that I just don't get. So you want secure borders, you want a good economy, you want wars to stop across the globe, and you want us to use the energy that we have a plethora of in this country.
Yeah.
Somehow that makes you a radical.
Yeah, you want to bring in new money. Just brought in $92 billion.
I don't get it.
Right?
I really don't.
So,
Bo in Levittown
I know,
wants to
Bo.
comment.
Not Bo Biden.
Remember that?
What's
I
up,
know,
Bo?
Bo knows.
Hey, Bo.
Oh, God, I am so revved up. That guy has issues to me. I mean, he definitely is projecting on MAGA people and twisting the definition. Well, MAGA people are the ones that have TDS. And Dawn, I am glad you went on him. I consider him a pompous, condescending, know-it-all a-hole. And I'm glad
he came on with us. He came on with us. That's the you got to give him credit for that, right?
I'm not saying that wasn't great radio. I thought it was great radio. But here's the thing. And then he's texting Greg and saying that I didn't start it and everything. Yes, he did. He's a condescending, hates MAGA people. What doesn't he like about Trump's policies? You may not like him as a person. I think you'd be a great guy to have a beer with. I think you'd be a great guy to go to after you win a championship and visit the White House and maybe have not necessarily a Big Mac, but maybe a quarter pounder with cheese and a burger. But his policies are great. I have my own business, and I hear it from women all the time how great he is. Other than the fact, they wouldn't let their daughter date him or whatever. But that's beside the point. Don, I thought he was condescending towards you. He's condescending towards us. He wants to alienate more than half America. Do MAGA people and conservatives and Republicans go around saying to other people that they're Nazis and they're this and they're that? I mean, I don't. Give me an example of somebody that said something bad about you. His disdain for Fox is apparent. He needs to talk to somebody. If you guys know a good shrink, maybe you can get him there. But Dawn, I'm glad you sucked it up. I'm glad you stuck it to him. Nick, I'm glad you kept your cool. But I'm also glad that Dawn, got back at him a little bit. And Greg, I'm glad you kept everything in line. But tell him to kiss your butt that he didn't.
I don't want to do that. He's been.
Oh, come on, man, you can.
He's been very nice to me. He's been very nice.
I hope he's listening now.
What he 100% is.
Tell him to stick it.
He 100%.
I have my own business, Bob, and I'm a smart guy, and I'm a MAGA guy. So
thank you, Bo in Levittown.
Thank you, Bo. We know Bo. No, I mean, that's just it. I just felt like I had to say that to him.
Of course you did.
After he said MAGA, like that, like, oh, that's a different. And I think,
that really caught my ear. I perked up right there.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yep. Because I felt like saying, well, wait a minute. What does that mean to you? Because to me, it does mean something completely different. And for me, I have my best friend in the whole world is a school teacher who's a Democrat. She's never voted for a Republican. I love and adore her. But we can talk about policy without her saying MAGA or Trump. You know what I mean? Like, and her husband, by the way, who owns a business and is like, has his MAGA hat on, like they're one of those couples who makes it work, even though one's a Republican, one's a Democrat. And that's cool with me. I just don't get this whole thing where somebody wants to just basically say Trump is evil. Really tell me why.
Yeah.
What is it? What? Because you don't like that he says it like it is? That he's not, disingenuous? Like a lot of other leaders?
Because he doesn't fall in line with what you expect from a president visually, verbally, and things like that. He's outside the box. He's different. And that's why he's won twice. And if MAGA was so toxic and so bad, MAGA would not have been reelected. I mean, if think about this, just to point out the flawed logic. If MAGA is so terrible, why does Trump's total raw vote increase every time he's on the ballot? He went from 62 million to 74 million to 78 million. If he was able to go again, he would crack 81 million.
Yeah. But think about President Donald J. Trump and the culture change. And we just this week, so we just surpassed the 6-month mark. And you go through it. Look at, what were we talking about before and what we know now that we did not know, right? What we know now that we did not know before. We talked about the fact the blue cities like Philadelphia or Montgomery County or Chester County or Delaware County, which right now we don't even know the stats, for example, on illegals and the crimes they commit because they won't allow the statistics to even exist. That's what the Democrats are like. You want to talk about a danger to democracy and those who shut down the reporting of statistics of who is committing crimes? That's the Democrats, not the Republicans.
And imagine the bind that the Costases of the world. I know you mentioned Bill Maher, but I think Bill Maher is more. He's not. Bill Maher won't disparage Trump voters as much anymore. Costas still seems like he has the axe to grind with the Trump voter, as if it's a lesser species, so to speak. But what are they going to do if, in fact, those odds are correct that I mentioned earlier from Polymarket? If J.D. Vance wins in 2028 and MAGA continues, but the presentation changes, the packaging changes, it's no longer the bombastic nature of Trump, but it's the eloquent, soft-spoken, even-keeled, mild-mannered J.D. Vance. Where does their talking point go then? Because then you're going to have the policy and you're going to have, well, this is what a president should look like, and this is what a president should sound like. You know what you should avoid? People that look and sound like Gavin Newsom. I think that's what America is done with. The used car salesman, the slick back hair. Like, we're done with that. At least Republicans are.
When we talk about the Sound of Freedom and the movie that just inspired so many of us and talking about human trafficking, you just heard Tom Homan talking about that. But we now know there was just a congressional hearing about the 300,000 children who were brought into this country. They're trying to find all of them. Do you know that the Biden administration gave them a phone number when they came into the country and they were placed with host families? They gave them a hotline number to call if anything went wrong or they needed help. Did you know that the report from this congressional hearing is that during the Biden administration, I'm getting chill bumps when I say this, you guys, more than 60,000 calls went into that hotline from these kids, a cry for help, and it went unanswered.
Unanswered?
Unanswered. That's the new, and I sent Dan, I think I sent you guys the clip.
Oh, God.
Somebody has it. So so somebody now, and that just on this day, and I just found it as Bob Costas came on, and I'm thinking, really? So people who want to question the character of Donald J. Trump, well, his administration is answering the call to the hotline by 60,000+ children who were calling a hotline for help. And one of the children, a boy, talks about how men went into his room and were, quote unquote, touching him. This is a congressional inquiry with testimony. So that's Donald J. Trump, this horrible character person, this low character person who wants to protect kids, who wants to lower the inflation rate, who wants to make America great again, who wants to make education great again, who wants to really create efficiency and a culture of efficiency that every single one of us have to balance a budget. So yeah, that's why I'm a MAGA mom. Today, yesterday, from the time of the escalator, that's who I am. And I'm proud of it. And so I just feel like there are famous people and really wealthy people and really smart people like Bob Costas who look at me maybe today and say, wow, she's cray-cray. What a shame. What happened to her? I get that all the time. What happened to you? Well, you know what happened to me? Donald J. Trump allowed a pathway for all of us to say, yeah, I'm proud of who I am. I'm an American. I love my country. I love my kids. I believe we've been poisoned with corporate America and what they were allowed to do to us and not to the rest of the world and Europe and the UK. I'm proud of that.
Well, and it's also, I mean, you've been a lifelong, Republican, even though you were, an independent for the sake of your previous career. I, much like Trump, much like Elon Musk,
and JD Vance,
like I was a Democrat. Not that I knew anything, but that's all I knew. And I was like, oh, I'm a Democrat. I hate George Bush. But it's not that I went crazy. It's the Democrats went crazy. The left went insane. And for those that have flipped to the other side, on the Trump side, it's because you can't even relate with their logic anymore. Men and women's sports, open borders, no cash bail. You're like, wait a minute, this is crazy world. I'm not the crazy one. You're the ones that are implementing these ridiculous policies that are proven to fail. And look, you have to deal with it now. And as James Carville said in that New York Times op-ed. I mean, Democrats right now, they are leaderless. They are constipated. They're a clown car. They don't know their ass from their elbow right now.
All right, we should really step aside. Can we do the Morning Mystery Movie clip and Phil, and then we'll hand things over to Dylan officially.
Yep.
And we'll play that clip coming up. We have Beth Ann Rossica. If Beth Ann's been listening, we'll get her reaction.
Boy.
And Beth Ann Rossica, a Democrat in the suburbs, remember this, during COVID and because of education in the schools and what happened, she now, as you know, is like basically an award-winning journalist. I mean, her pathway of writing for, exposing, filing, these freedom of information requests, all of that is because of what happened to her and the persecution of moms like her.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
We have done Dave Matthews Band tickets to
Yes!
give away. Nick, do you have a copy?
I
in front of
do.
you?
I do. Coming up next, are we doing that right now?
No, we're going to do it right now.
All right.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The next great heavyweight champion.
Oh.
Who the f- you been talking to? Is that white man battalion? You know you're blowing smoke up. You know that, don't you? Man, it's probably 10,000 of you little ghetto out there dreaming the same dream. And every one of you probably got some drooly crack riding his thinking he Anglo Dundee.
And it's Angelo Dundee.
Angelo Anglo whatever.
Think you know what it is?
You know the voice,
You
right?
call it 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again today, a pair of lawn tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2025 coming up on July 25th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. You can get them right now if you identify that movie clip from Jimmy Kelly by being caller 12, 855-839-1210.
That movie, it's a little bit of an obscure movie. I think it was an HBO-only movie, but the voice in there is Malcolm Jamal Warner. Dawn reported in the 6 and 7 o'clock news that he was killed yesterday.
Theo Huxtable.
At the age of 54, drowning. So that was him in that scene. So that's the reason we played that.
All right, Phil Almquist. We usually do this a little bit earlier.
a little earlier. That's okay.
But
It's
we'll
all good.
find out. It's still today in music history.
This is
Today,
fun. I like this.
July 22nd, we celebrate the birthdays of Pat Badger from Extreme, who's 58, and Don Henley from the Eagles, who's 78, as well as Rick Davies from Supertramp, who's 82. Heavenly birthday shout out to Brian Howe from Bad Company. Sings include Back to the Shack by Weezer in 2014 and Heaven by Warrant in 89. Albums include the debut from Elvis Costello in 77, The Slip by 9 Inch Nails in 2008, Ocean Avenue by Yellow Card in 2003, as well as the debut from 3 Days Grace on the same day. Also in 2006, Johnny Cash was atop the album chart. In 69, Aretha Franklin was arrested for causing a disturbance in a Detroit parking lot after posting bail. She ran down a road sign while leaving the police station. In 67, the Doors performed on American Bandstand. In 2005, Rob Zombie's movie The Devil's Rejects premiered. And a better excuse than Steve Miller canceling indoor shows due to weather. In 2023, Disturbed show was canceled due to excessive heat, which prevents their equipment from working properly. Yes, that is a better excuse. But lastly, Seven Dust just announced the Cusick Show at the Keswick on November 21st. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
All right, Philip Almquist, as now we get ready to hand it off to Stensland and the Schmucks.
Oh, hey, hang on. Play that again. Sorry.
What a schmuck he is.
That was not her talking about Bob
I did not
Costas.
say that.
That was about some bozo on TikTok.
I just said my piece.
All right, have a great show.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you. So we'll play that clip for you. You'll hear the congressional hearing. Beth Ann Rossica, so much coming up. Please stay right there.
Kitchen magic, Dawn.
I could use a little magic. I could use, I don't know, we should have margaritas or something after
Can
this.
we,
and
please?
Maybe a cigarette. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, baby.
Not that I have ever smoked in my life.
You've never smoked?
Never. In my life.
Oof.
Never.
Oof. Good
Nope.
for you.
Never smoked.
Good for you.
It's healthier.
Wish
Good
I could say
for you.
Wish I could say the same thing.
But let's talk a little bit about Kitchen Magic, kitchenmagic.com. They're just a great company, and they're local, so there are no tariffs, no delays. And I love the features that they have where they can take your kitchen, maybe with the cabinets that are like the wood tone, and the old school knobs, how they can just literally update that. And whether you want all new cabinets, whether you want to redo the cabinets, maybe you're going down the shore, and so maybe they can just come in, redo the kitchen while you're down the shore. What a great idea, so that you're good to go for the fall. KitchenMagic.com. This is a local Pennsylvania company, local employer, and they do beautiful work. I can tell you this. So KitchenMagic.com. Make sure you check them out.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus, where everyone pays what employees pay. It might as well